right there. But my question is, we know, according to the Laundrie family attorney, Stephen Bertolino, that Chris and Roberta Laundrie, on September 14th, when Brian had, according to them, only been gone 1 day. Brian had just been gone 1 day. Chris and Roberta, according to the attorney, went and they searched the trails that Brian frequented. We know that, was it last week, JB? Can you help me with the date? When did Chris Laundrie go back? Was it last week?
Yeah, I'll find that out.
It's all a blur to us, guys, and we apologize. The days are blending together with this story. But in recent days, when we saw Chris Laundrie go and assist law enforcement in the search. This was, again, where they parked. This is, again, he showed law enforcement Brian Laundrie's favorite trails and the spots that he frequented. So it's just interesting to me that today articles belonging to Brian were found. That was October 7th. So
October 7th was the last...
2 weeks ago then, right?
Yes.
So 2 weeks ago, Chris Laundrie was at this scene. 2 weeks ago tomorrow. Yep. Chris Laundrie was at this scene. He was looking at the trails. We know that the parents were at the scene, according to the attorney, way back on September 14th. We know law enforcement has been at this scene for more than a month, and they just opened this back up to the public yesterday. But today, and this is significant, the attorney said, quote, after a brief search off the trail that Brian frequented, some articles belonging to Brian were found. So I guess here's a question. Why were they not found sooner? What was different about today versus the other days?
In plain sight?
Where were they?
And
what
was different about today? They just reopened.
I am by the book. Masa knows I am by the book as any reporter. I misheard. I thought it was articles of clothing. It was just articles. That's I apologize. I apologize for that.
I could have said it wrong. I'm not sure.
I apologize for that. And for what it's worth, when you look at
reported it as articles
dictionary
of
definition of what is an article, it is a particular item or object. So if you're just semantics now, you're looking at what this means. It means that something belonging to Brian Laundrie was found by, or we don't even know. But see, I went to say bye there, and I can't even do that because we do not know who exactly found these articles.
So this is just...
Well, let's go back to the text. Who found that after a brief search off the trail that Brian frequented, some articles belonging to Brian were found.
Okay,
so we know that the parents were there, and it was their idea to go back. We know the FBI and Northport PD joined them there this morning.
Actually, I'm just going to...
I assume this was clearly led by the parents.
And there's the mobile command unit, everybody, the mobile command vehicle. This is again live from Eagle 8 HD, so that is the mobile command vehicle that is there now stationed at Myakkahatchee.
So was it the mom that found these articles? Was it the dad? Was it the mom and the dad, leading law enforcement there again? I just can't, I can't ignore the fact that he said a brief search. Brief. So, I don't know.
It sounds very sus to me.
So reading more into it here, Chris and Roberta Laundrie went to the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park this morning to search for Brian. This morning, it was open. It was open yesterday.
Yeah.
So if it's open yesterday, it's open this morning, and I want to make this very clear because we've had so many different conversations here about this. There have been so many people with various hashtag comments here on WFLA Now saying, why aren't they out there searching? If it was your son, if it was your daughter, if it was your child, wouldn't you be out there searching? And Chris and Roberta, as we understand it from Stephen Bertolino, and that's all we have to go by with this statement, they were there this morning. And perhaps they were so distressed, and now with the opportunity...
Sorry, Mom Ames. Okay, I was just going to let them go until I changed the thumbnail. I said I was just changing the thumbnail because JB misspoke, and the headlines were written that way, that articles of clothing were found at the Myakkahatchee Park, and that's not true. There are articles belonging to Brian Laundrie were found, so I was just changing the thumbnail because I don't want to be accused of clickbait. So that's what I was doing, Mama Ames, and I was just letting it play while I was doing that, but hopefully you can hear me now. You can hear me now? Now, here's the thing. Yesterday, we know that this opened up for the public yesterday. Today, you're telling me that Chris and Roberta Laundrie just happened to be searching for Brian, and they happen to find articles belonging to Brian, and it just happens that law enforcement doesn't say anything, but Stephen Bertolino says something that's highly suspect to me. I don't know if it's to you. I'm going to read the lawyer's statement right now. Let me just get that up here. Okay, so this is the full Stephen Bertolino statement. Chris and Roberta Laundrie went to the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park this morning to search for Brian. Okay, this morning to search for Brian. The FBI and the Northport Police Department were informed last night of Brian's parents' intentions, and they met Chris and Roberta there this morning. After a brief search off a trail that Brian frequented, some articles belonging to Brian were found. As of now, law enforcement is conducting a more thorough investigation of that area. So here's some of my thoughts on that. Did they plant them today, or were they planted ahead of time and nobody found them? Okay? That seems like what it might be if they were never out of sight. It really depends on what type of articles. If it was, let's say, a chapstick belonging to Brian Laundrie, that would be easy to conceal and easy to throw down there. Remember, there are no cameras in here, okay? It very easily could be planted under something either beforehand or after. Maybe they went there because, oh my gosh, these articles were never found. If they put the car there and they had intelligence there, which I think his phone was left there, which led them to search in there, it could be that other articles were left there and they were never found, and that's why when the parents went there, they were able to find them right away. I think it's very telling that law enforcement has not said anything, and this is coming from Stephen Bertolino. When you consider that these parents are saying next to nothing, that they would immediately have their lawyer issue the statement on this. So it's highly suspect to me, and I'm not putting any real belief behind it because I believe it is just too suspect. I don't know how you feel. Let me see. Let me go back to the chat. How do we know the articles are Brian Laundrie's? Just as we don't know anything more than what we've just heard. We've only been able to read a statement from the attorney. Okay, so yeah, now I'll tell you something. If it's found out that the Laundries are escalating this and trying to get more resources there right as this park was open to the public, that is so, oh my gosh, it just makes it so much worse, doesn't it? If they go there and they're doing that now, I mean, if they thought they were hated before and it's found out that they're doing this now, oh my gosh, so crazy. Yeah, Amy says they could have found an old rusty spoon in the dirt and said, look, it's Brian's favorite spoon. He took it with him everywhere. Mama Aim says, I feel it's suspicious because why weren't they found before today? Exactly. So to me, Mama Ames, I'm thinking that they planted them with this whole ruse and couldn't believe nobody found them, okay? And wanted to get in there and find it. Or if they were planted today, you know what I mean? Or yesterday. They could have been planted yesterday. You know, they went out yesterday. I know that they were, I think, heavily tailed, but who knows, you know, who could have went in there and dropped something off. So, yeah, just highly suspect. Let's see if they're saying anything. And at first, I just want you to know that this JD said that these were articles of clothing, but all it says is articles belonging to Brian Laundrie. It doesn't say what type. Can you imagine if they're just, they're articles of Brian Laundries, they're articles, newspaper articles? No. But JD said, oh boy, these were articles of clothing. And that's where the mistake came in. Let me pull this up here. Let's see what they're saying now. Let me go to
opportunity for Myakkahatchee to be open.
Let me go to the end
They
here.
were immediately or
Right.
with reason able to, of course, say that this was Brian's and we found this and we know that this is his. Here's a big question. Where are these articles now?
I can guarantee you those articles are with the FBI. They have been taken in pursuant to.
We don't know that. We don't.
I mean, if you're gonna trust what the attorney is saying, which we are reporting what the attorney is saying, he's saying that Chris and Roberta were there with law enforcement. He's saying that articles belonging to Brian were found. I can guarantee you those articles were handled properly, and they're now going to be evidence in this case, significant evidence in this case. But how interesting that this park has been was open last night. This park was open last night. So if you were just tuning in, we do want to bring you just up to date on just what's happening here. You are looking at aerial images of the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park. On the left of your screen, on the right of your screen, that's our camera on the ground. A significant development after more than a month of searching for Brian Laundrie.
She's very low,
According to the
her
Laundrie
volume.
family attorney, his parents went back to the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park this morning. The FBI was there, Northport PD, they were there, and they were able to quote, after a brief search off a trail that Brian frequented, some articles belonging to Brian were found. So right now, law enforcement is going to be taking a closer look, but the
I'm gonna
natural
take us to
question
Brian
that comes
Enton.
up,
We're gonna look at the
we know
video
that law
there from
enforcement
Brian
has been
Enton, so
there,
just hang on here,
more than a
live.
month.
Oh, I will.
We know, according to the law
JB got this really wrong and said articles of clothing. Again, I'm going to say that, but I'm going to... Jimmy, can you lower that, please? Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to pull this over. It's Brian Enton. We'll listen to it.
Confirmed that they were called out by police.
So the medical examiner was called out.
The medical examiner was called out. What is that about? Hang on. Now, of course, it buffers then, right? What? Come on, Brian.
Is that what you're saying?
Uh-oh, Brian. I get it better. Oh, stay on. Oh, boy.
That's what we're hearing right now.
The medical examiner was called out, is what they're saying. What?
Yeah, so you guys are asking, the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office confirmed that the medical examiner was called out here. So that must have been one of the white vans that we saw.
He was called out, Jimmy. Was. It sounds like it's already happened. I haven't heard anything. It's amazing that the park was opened up. Chris and Roberta go there, and there's all this frantic activity, isn't it?
Oh,
What was the
we just
medical
saw a red
examiner
truck and everybody
called out
freaked
for?
out, but it's not the Laundries. Anytime anyone sees a red truck now, we're like freaking out.
Yeah, no
The
idea.
volume is very down. The helicopter, it's very hard to hear, and he keeps buffering. They're probably in the house designing a Brian Laundrie Halloween costume. Huh, MD, yeah, right? Or a mask at least, right? Roxanne. Okay, guys, I'm just going to let you know that this is not me buffering. This is their camera buffering, and just crazy. Now we're hearing 80s Girl, we're trying to figure that out, what's going on, because this is all happening now. Let's see if the other ones are reporting on the medical examiner, because they hadn't at that point. Let me see here.
WFLA Now,
Yeah, now
breaking
they are.
down all
Let's listen to
WFLA
this.
Now, breaking down all of these developments. We are going nowhere, and we know that there are countless hashtag HeyJB, countless hashtag Hey Masa questions and comments that are coming in. But Masa, let's just kind of break down this new development here. The medical examiner with Sarasota County called to the Laundrie search, and that's why, you know what, we're going to really start to look now closely at this shot here. We don't know if the medical examiner's office is already here at Myakkahatchee. And let's make that clear, because you're not going to find too many and I've been covering news now for some time. Masa, you have as well. I don't know if necessarily the medical examiner's office would arrive in a marked vehicle, if it would just be telegraphed to the world and say Sarasota County Medical Examiner's Office on the side of the vehicle. They could be here already. And we just don't know about it, or they could be pulling up in an unmarked van here momentarily. And again, we wouldn't know about it. But we're trying to confirm. We're working the phones right now
I'm looking down. I apologize because I'm
Yeah,
trying
it's
to
fine.
do that.
It's just whether or not this is procedural, or whether or not this is the first time that they've been called, and they have been called for a very particular purpose here at Myakkahatchee. Let's go back live to Eagle 8 HD while we have a little bit of fuel left, and show you that
I'm trying to get hang on
that area there.
1 second.
And I want to see if that was the mobile command unit, or if that was a tent that has been set up underneath tree cover there.
I can't tell from this vantage point. Are you texting Jim Hockett?
I'm gonna come in over comms. Hey Jim, it's JB. Just if you could zoom in on that overhead,
Okay, I'm gonna
on that
pull this
overhang.
over
There
for
we go.
you.
Thanks, Jim. So now that there was an overhang that was pulled out from the mobile
Area
command unit, I'm not sure if that
where I
is
was,
a-
and
Hold
this
on,
is
I
the
gotta
area
shut
where
Brian
Chris
down. Hang on.
where
That
Chris
has been set
Laundrie
up
was
to
with
cover an
with
area
law
from
enforcement
the
last
harsh
time when
Florida
he
sun,
quote
but-
unquote was
Let me
assisting.
get rid of
Could
Brian
be.
there. Okay, sorry about that.
Jim, this is JB. I just opened up your comms. Hey, Jim, do we know, is that the mobile command unit overhang there, or is that a different area?
You know what, JB, I'm not really sure. I know that they brought this tent out on a ATV and just erected it here underneath these patch of trees. This is where there seems to be activity going on, though. But they just put this tent up just about 5 minutes ago.
Okay.
Thank you, Jim. Jim Hockett, who filling in for Paul Lamison. And this is an interesting development now, because a tent has been erected over the last 5 or so minutes, and I know that the overhang with the mobile command unit that is there, that had been up previously. So this looks like a new area now, and it's a shame that we're about to lose Eagle 8 HD here, and it's also a shame that we're in such a heavily wooded area, but that's, quite frankly, good luck finding an area that isn't heavily wooded here at the Carlton Reserve or at Myakkahatchee. But Masa, we're really honed in here on an area that they have put a cover over, and that could be for one of several reasons, but it could be to thoroughly examine a discovery, and that could be what this is.
It could be that. That would make sense, what you're saying, but of course we are not going to jump to any conclusions here on WFLA until everything is confirmed. But we have seen in the past 5-10 minutes, according to our photojournalist Jim Hockett up in Eagle 8 HD, that this tent that you're looking at has been erected. We also know that Chris and Roberta Laundrie told law enforcement last night they were going to go back to the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park. The park opened yesterday, and then Chris and Roberta Laundrie told law enforcement, hey, we're going to go back out there. We're going to look for Brian. After a brief search of some trails, they found, quote, articles belonging to Brian Laundrie. And now we know that the Sarasota County Medical Examiner's Office has been called to the scene by the Northport Police Department. And now we have Eagle 8 HD. And I just want to confirm, this is definitely above the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park, right,
Absolutely.
JB?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now we know that they have erected this white tent. And
Let's
we're
go
trying
split
to
screen for a second.
understand-
Another vehicle has just appeared at the entrance. So that vehicle there that is in the foreground was just here pulling into Myakkahatchee and now is stopped here and what appears to be talking with the law enforcement officer that is blocking the park entrance from any public, any member of the public that is trying to get through. And now you can see that they're pulling in. Okay, now we have several, let's go full screen. Several vehicles here now pulling into Myakkahatchee. And this goes back, folks, to Allison Henning's reporting saying that there has been considerable in and out activity at Myakkahatchee. I think the shot now frozen. It appears to be frozen. And again, that's just how rural the area is. Let's hit the touchscreen and go back to, okay, now Eagle's getting a better vantage point here and circling this tent that has been set up underneath this dense wooded area here. There's a lot of trees over this particular tent. And so this tent hasn't been set up for shade.
There's a lot of shade from the trees, right?
Exactly. So that's just an observation here. You wouldn't be setting up a tent
Could be
as just a
just a
shaded
formality.
area
It could be
for
a whole
law
show
enforcement
of
to kind of
stuff,
gather
but
and
it seems very
take a break
suspect,
from
right?
search efforts and drink some water. You wouldn't be setting it up in an area that's covered by trees. You
They
would be
opened
setting
this
it
to
up
the public
in an area
yesterday.
that is exposed to the sun.
I understand your arguments.
Or would you be setting it up? What we're saying is we don't know why
I
this
agree,
tent
Justice Ford.
has been set up. It's very possible that it is procedural. It's very possible that it's for, okay, so we're getting a look now in through the trees. A disclaimer, we don't know what we're going to see here. This is live from Eagle 8 HD.
There's a table. Is that a table or a vehicle?
It does look like a table.
Hey, Alexis.
Masa, I'm going to mute your mic. So, hard to see. Hold on. Yeah, I'm going to unmute you, Masa. Hold on. I have an idea. Hey, Jim, any opportunity to open up the exposure on this camera, even though it's going to blow out the image? Is there any chance that you could open it up and we could see a little bit more detail there into what we're looking at?
That's about as good as I can get without blowing it out too much to where it's washed out.
10-4, Jim. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree, Mike, dropping Mom and Christy.
So there. Okay, now we can make out. Now we can make out individuals. You can see team members there. Looks like they're looking down at their phones, and it's hard to see. I see at least one,
I see
two.
two. There's
three. No, there's four.
Gosh,
I
you have
see at
better
least
eyesight than
4
me.
people.
You have much better eyesight. I just see 2.
There's a cooler behind
I see
me.
2 people on the right hand. Oh, I see 3. Oh, I see 4 now. Okay.
There you go. So your
you
eyesight
go.
isn't. But a team has gathered here at this tent that has been set up at the laundry search area at Myakkahatchee. All of this occurring on really the same afternoon now that we have had the medical examiner with Sarasota County call to the scene and articles of some kind being discovered at the search area for Brian Laundrie, according to Stephen Bertolino, the Laundrie family attorney. It appears 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that there's at least 5 there. It's kind of hard to see. Jim is doing a really great job, and our pilot doing a phenomenal job at hovering in one spot here just to give us this very narrow view through the trees here. There you can see some chairs, a table, and a cooler, or what appears to be a cooler, there on the left side of your screen.
Crybaby,
then
we don't have any reports
not
of a body.
underneath the
Found
tent,
they
but
found
next to
articles
it,
belonging to
at
Brian
least
Laundrie
4,
after his
perhaps
parents went there.
5 law enforcement officials.
So this is really, on a case that we have followed so closely
Okay, I'm
every
just gonna
single
mute
day,
them for a
noting
minute.
what.
Okay, so for those of you just joining, okay, the Myakkahatchee Environmental Park was just open to the public yesterday. And Brian and Roberta Laundrie let law enforcement know they were going to go and search for Brian today there in this newly reopened Myakkahatchee Environmental Park. So then Stephen Bertolino releases the statement, and I'll read it again. One second, let me just pull this up here. This is the statement, the full statement from Stephen Bertolino 38 minutes ago. Chris and Roberta Laundrie went to the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park this morning to search for Brian. The FBI and the Northport Police Department were informed last night of Brian's parents' intentions, and they met Chris and Roberta there this morning. But you know what? We don't know. They met Chris and Roberta there this morning. Were Chris and Roberta there ahead of time? Were they there early? Did they meet at the same time? Did they see them getting out of the car? We don't know. After a brief search off a trail that Brian frequented, some articles belonging to Brian were found. As of now, law enforcement is conducting a more thorough investigation of that area, and that might be all that this is. Now, the medical examiner was called to this search area, and now we see the sheriff, Lee County Sheriff, Mobile Command Center moving in there. So what's going on? It seems suspect, right? It took Brian and Roberta Laundrie to come out there, and you know what else? I'm sure they did a thorough search before they reopened that Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park, right? And it cleared whatever search. I said, could this have been stuff they planted that was never found, that they went there to find, or was it planted last night? Could the brother-in-law have done it? Could the sister have done it? Could someone else have done it? They did go out yesterday. Remember all those stops? The AT&T store, Walmart, 30 minutes at the AT&T store. Lots of action from them yesterday, and it's very funny that these very, very private people immediately got the attorney to issue the statement when we heard nothing from law enforcement. Okay, we don't know what these articles are. JB misspoke today. After he read articles, he started saying articles of clothing. And that's not true. We don't know what type of articles were found and how they are attributed to Brian Laundrie. We don't know that yet. Let me see if they're saying anything new here. So let me go back to the sound, okay? 1 second. And I will...
What our audience want to see, no, we don't want to see it, but it is the reality of covering news from the air. Eagle 8 HD flying over Myakkahatchee and refueling. We'll have details for you as to when we're going to get Eagle 8 HD back up in the air. As soon as that information is available to me, I will pass it along. But Eagle, actually, I think Eagle stayed even a couple of extra minutes to provide us with those shots, but has to get nearby to an airfield to refuel. So Eagle 8 HD leaving the scene. Let's show you, though, the video that we're talking about that Eagle 8 HD was able to obtain right before having to leave and refuel. This is now the tent that a lot of folks are going to be talking about on social media, and the purpose of this tent, and we don't know anything about it other than what we see with our own two eyes. And we see that it has been set up in an area that is there's a lot of trees around. It's a heavily wooded area. But that's every corner of Carlton Reserve or any corner of Myakkahatchee. You can see that there's considerable amount of law enforcement there, multiple team members that are there. They're not standing underneath it right now. They're standing where they were, again, 5 minutes ago. They're standing next to it. What appeared to be a cooler was there, a table, a couple of different chairs were there. Right. And this could very well just be an extension of the mobile command center that they have set up at the Myakkahatchee area. It could just be an area for them to meet, and this could be nothing.
But what you're trying to get at is
another vehicle. Hold on, another vehicle showing up here.
It's just passerby as well. It looks like some people just rolling up to the scene. Yeah, we don't know if that is the location where the articles were found. I think that's what JB is getting at. And we don't know if that is where any other potential evidence in this case was recovered.
As you can see, the considerable amount of attention that is now being paid here to the entranceway to Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park here in rural Sarasota County, Florida. And there you see that, I'm really glad that our photojournalist Justin Rogers pointing in there on that address, 6968 Reisterstown Road. And the online sleuths and everyone who has been following this to incredibly minute detail knows that address. That is the address that was on the citation when the Ford Mustang was found, 6968 Reisterstown Road. So this is the area where that silver Ford Mustang convertible was cited as an abandoned vehicle, and was eventually, of course, located, found, and returned. And this is that same spot.
Yeah, that is exact. That was, if memory serves me right, that would have been on September 14th at approximately 2:18 p.m. The Northport Police Department cited that Mustang for being left there overnight. And I know, according to the Laundrie family attorney, that on that day, on the 14th, sometime after 2:18 p.m., when that ticket was
I'm going to stop them. Oops, I don't
placed
wanna stop
on
them.
the
I just wanna
Mustang.
cut their volume for a second. So I'm going to answer some of your questions because Amy Margolin, who was there to find the articles, all we know is which I just find these very private people who don't want to say anything, had their lawyer issue this statement. Chris and Roberta Laundrie went to the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park this morning to search for Brian. The FBI and the Northport Police Department were informed last night of Brian's parents' intentions, and they met Chris and Roberta there this morning. After a brief search off a trail that Brian frequented, some articles belonging to Brian were found. As of now, law enforcement is conducting a more thorough investigation of that area. And now they have set up this tent that you're seeing there. And underneath there is a table, there is a cooler. The medical examiner office has been called out. That was as of 14 minutes ago, we learned that. So this is a very quickly evolving scene and events that are happening. They're unfolding right now, right before our eyes live. And it sounds heavily suspect. But let's, like Chris and Roberta Laundrie, come on, really? Had to go there. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, hold on a minute. I just got a message here. Okay, yeah, that's the tent has been put up by the Myakkahatchee Creek put up at the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park, where the family attorney says articles belonging to Brian Laundrie are found. The Sarasota County Medical Examiner's Office confirms it has been called to the scene. So let me go back and see if they're saying anything. Let me
do is we feature your question. We very much value what you have to say.
Okay, he's still just taking questions, so there's nothing that is going on there. Let's see. I'm trying to see what people are saying in the comments here to see. The parents knew he killed himself. Some people are saying, no, this doesn't look sketchy at all. Someone said Laundries just happened to find Brian's stuff after boxes were removed just 3 days ago by the father. Not sketchy at all. Someone else says, yeah, go follow. Let's see here. Where are we? This is moving. Stage death, someone says. If it's just items the parents left, why is there a medical examiner there? Someone said. Medical examiner means there is a body. It might not be his. This is all what people are saying in the comments on the news feed, okay? FBI in there for a month. The Laundries go in there for a second and they find him. BS. This is crazy. Either the Laundries are seriously unlucky and keep ending up looking suspicious by accident, or they are crazy enough to try to plant evidence to fake a death and throw off law enforcement officers. Okay, let me see if they're saying anything.
So if you do not want your comment to be featured.
Okay, so they're just still going on the comments. Oh, come on, this is nuts. FBI isn't honestly falling for this, are they? Someone said. They open the park, the parents go to search, and miraculously find something after a brief search. It's not a fact that he is there, someone said. Just as I figured, people are still trying to make their narrative fit the accusations about the parents. He is dead where the parents told them he was. End of story, someone said. His parents are very suspicious, and this is just not right. This is a setup between all of them. Let's see here. What else do we have? Why would another county show up now? Also, is it possible they did find a body but not Brian, but could be related to Brian, of course, and this case and him missing, in turn, him hiding? I don't know what that doesn't really... I think it's weird Brian's parents went shopping the day before, then all of a sudden decide to go look for their son and find evidence. Someone said parents went there with the police. They can't plant stuff if the police are with them. What if they get there before the police? We don't know what was found either. Why is it this particular day when the parents are back out looking that an article of, see, they're saying clothing because JB made that mistake. An article is found. Sounds like he has been there and made a run for it since it's back open to the public. Someone said Brian's feces. The parents are involved, so I don't trust that article wasn't planted by them. These are all comments on the news feed. Parents go there and suddenly something was found. When did the parents decide to go? Can we get a timeline of events? Of course, we don't have that. The statement issued by the attorney seems highly suspect as well. Let me see.
They find human remains is the first question. We don't know. We just know that the medical examiner has been called out, and we're going to be very careful when we are reporting on this story and any story. And if a body has been discovered, the next step is whose body? I mean, this is a vast area where so many people have access to and have had access to. So those are the questions that we don't have an answer for right now, and we are not going to have an answer. Those are answers that you are going to get from authorities, not from me and not from JB. But what I can tell you is this is just so interesting that all of this is happening the day after the park opened up to the public. All of this is happening just within an hour after the Laundrie family attorney confirmed to me that Chris and Roberta were at the scene today, and they searched some trails, a brief search, and they found, quote, some articles belonging to Brian. So if that is in the end confirmed by law enforcement, then that would indicate that Brian had been there at some point. Was he there on September 13th, as the family has said? What the family's timeline has said, we don't know. We know that Brian had been at this park, according to his Instagram. I had looked at his 66 posts on Instagram. He had pictures at this park in the past, so this is a place that we know he had been before. So a lot of unanswered questions. The biggest question is what articles of Brian were found. I want to know this tent that has been set up, how far away is it from the entrance? How far away is it from where the Mustang was parked? I want to know on what trail were the articles found? How far away was that from where the Mustang was parked, because they have done this huge search of the Carlton Reserve, JB, the 24,000 acres, and now we're hearing that things have been discovered not at the Carlton Reserve, but in this smaller adjacent park.
And again, I want to clarify. I'm going to do this over and over again, and apologies to our audience. It was not articles of clothing. When I originally heard the statement, I thought I heard articles of clothing, and I said articles of clothing. It is just articles. So what that means is an item or objects, items or objects that were found by. We don't know if it was Chris or Roberta or the two of them together. We just don't know who
Or
exactly.
law enforcement with them, they found
Right.
it. We just
That-
don't know.
That articles were found, and it is clearly there's now new life here in this search for Brian Laundrie. And this tent that has been set up, Eagle 8 HD is refueling right now. We don't know the reason as to why this tent was set up, if it was just, an area where they would set up a tent just to, to gather and say that this was the area where it was found. Why don't we set up a tent here so we all have an area just to stand or put a table
'cause we
or
see all of them
put a
going in
cooler
right
of
now.
drinks out,
Yeah.
right? I mean, that if this could be, let's just point that out, because everyone is rushing to assume that this tent is concealing, air from our aerial view here, concealing the discovery of something really significant in this search. But this could just be where the belongings, the articles were found, and this
True.
could be that area. And they're now, of course, they have to procedurally go through all the steps necessary to determine if there's any other articles in the area. And this is now an active scene that they have to investigate, and that tent just could be procedurally the tent that they put up to near an area that they're actively investigating. So let's all keep that in perspective as to what we're looking at here.
Okay, so if you're just joining, here's what's going on, okay? The Laundrie family attorney issued a statement. I will read it again. And I will say my thoughts on it, and it seems highly suspect because these parents are so quiet, right? They don't want to say anything, but yet they decide last night, and they let the Northport Police Department and the FBI know that they're going to go to this recently opened, it opened yesterday, Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park opened to the public yesterday. The Laundries also go shopping yesterday. They go to 2 AT&T stores because one was closed. They go to the second one where they spend about 30 minutes. They also go to the bank. And then they go to a FedEx. After that, then they let law enforcement know last night that they are going to go to the Myakkahatchee, recently reopened, Environmental Park, and they're going to search for Brian. It says that they met law enforcement there, but we don't know if they got there at exactly the same time or what happened because we're not privy to that. We have a statement that their attorney releases. So these very, very private people are very quick to get their attorney now to release a statement, which is just, all of this is just, I don't think we can deny that it's highly suspect, right? So let me get this statement and I will read it to you of what they said, what the attorney issued, okay? So this is from Stephen Bertolino. Chris and Roberta Laundrie went to the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park this morning to search for Brian. The FBI and the Northport Police Department were informed last night of Brian's parents' intentions, and they met Chris and Roberta there this morning. But again, we don't know if Chris and Roberta were there for an hour before. Remember, there are no cameras. After a brief search off a trail that Brian frequented, some articles belonging to Brian were found. We don't know what they are, that no one has clarified this. As of now, law enforcement is conducting a more thorough investigation of that area. Okay, so then that is released. Then the medical examiner, and that was confirmed, has been called to the Laundrie search area. The medical examiner's office has been called out. Then this tent that you see here was erected there, okay? And that is where we are right now. You're up to speed on this. This is unfolding now. a lot of people are feeling this is just too suspect. And are the Laundries just the most unlucky people in the world? The first time they go to put some search efforts in, they find something that all other law enforcement missed that have been searching this park that was just reopened to the public. And this big development happens, and these very private people get their attorney right away to issue a statement. Very highly suspect. Let's see what they're saying now. Let me go back and see if they're saying anything new here. Hold on.
Out of their blinds right now, and looking out of their blinds, they're thinking, wow, that's new.
Hold on.
Far is this location from the other place they were initially searching? So let's break this down. The Carlton Reserve and the reserve itself, 25,000 acres, and there's the west side and the east side that police have been focusing their attention on. The west side is closer to Venice. That is the Carlton Reserve entrance. The right side is here. The east side, if you will, is Myakkahatchee. This is where the Ford Mustang was discovered. This is closer to Northport, but we have seen, Norma, a ping-ponging back and forth over the last month plus of law enforcement attention here on the Myakka side, and then on the Carlton Reserve side closer to Venice. Venice closer to the actual Gulf Coast of Florida, our beautiful beaches here in Florida. This is more inland. And it's, I don't have an exact mileage count. I did at one point. It was in my notes. I don't have those notes in front of me at this moment. But it's a 25,000 acre swath of land, and it's not that close. They're opposing ends of this same vast swampy wetland here in rural Sarasota County, Florida.
And I did just get some information from Heather. She contacted Pasco County Sheriff's Office, and they said, quote, Northport PD has once again requested a human remains detection canine to assist with the search today. We sent one canine team and 2 spotters to ensure the safety of the team during the search. And so they are just confirming that they did, in fact, send a canine with the capability to detect human remains. That's the Pasco County Sheriff's Office. Just wanted to give you that bit of information.
Yeah, and it's helpful, of course, to any thread of information that we get from law enforcement, even if it tells us very little, is extremely important.
Okay, I'm going to read you here something on Fox. Okay, it says, Chris and Roberta Laundrie, the parents of fugitive Brian Laundrie, ventured into Florida's Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park early Wednesday morning, and Fox News Digital saw an officer apparently tell parents that law enforcement might have found something. That's exactly what it says. It's in quotations. Might have found something. So that is what we have there.
Home and head over to this park his Mustang, and go for a hike, and he never returned.
Okay, so let me go to see if we can find out anything else. Remember, the parents went on that really lengthy errand run yesterday, which we covered last night. Let me see what we've got here. Hang on, I'm going to see if we can get this. As soon as I'm just having an ad here that's running on this news. Yeah, listen to what this says. Oh my gosh. 10 more seconds of this ad. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see. I'm going to see if I can pull this over. Hang on. Let me pull this over. there's no sound on this. Jeanette, I have no idea who Heather is. Somebody that... Dr. Baden is refuting what? Dr. Baden? Who is Dr. Baden? There's a picture of an officer carrying a bag. Okay. So, hold on a minute. Let me see if we can... okay, let me pull this over. See what's going on over here. Stupid fly in here. Yes, this is live. This is live. Justice. This is live. We are live. That feed was out. Oh, you mean the Fox? The parents? No, that's not. That was earlier, I guess. Let's see if I can that on. Maybe I does it really? Okay. Okay, guys, I have no idea who she's talking about. I think it's really not important who that person is. She that told her that. It's obviously someone that they trust. No, Brian wasn't found yet, Heather. Just some articles belonging to Brian after the parents went to the Myakkahatchee Environmental Park this morning. Let's see here. Let me put JB back on. I'm trying to see if I can get that. See if they're saying anything now.
County medical examiner being on that scene, because this is the day that some articles belonging to Brian Laundrie were found. We've been, the whole country has been looking for Brian Laundrie. Multiple law enforcement agencies, multiple states, multiple days searching for this 23-year-old fugitive. And here we are. Today is the first time that there was a sign of him. If you're going to, not from law enforcement, but according to the attorney, today is the first day that there was a sign of Brian Laundrie. The attorney saying some articles belonging to Brian
yes, the father's
were found
were
at a trail after a brief search, a search that his parents initiated this morning and that law enforcement was a part of. So October 20th is another significant day in this investigation, JB.
Do you see, you have a better vantage point from your seat where you're sitting. Do you see, is Walt in his office? Do you
He
see?
is not.
Okay, there's a question that really only Walt can answer, and I'll try to see if maybe, again, Walt Buteau, one of our investigators here on the 8 on Your Side team, when he's back, the question that came in from Katie and other questions like Katie's, I will answer that.
What is the question?
All right, I'll just throw it. I'll throw it up here on screen. So there was a psychic that.
Oh, I know about this.
Okay, there was a psychic
that was on Monday.
Right, but then I ran into Walt yesterday as we were, and he actually said that no, technically it was Tuesday, but I can't ignore all of the comments that are coming through about and this goes back to some of our earliest streams on WFLA Now, and there was a psychic who had
I have that email.
And
I have it
Walt
right in
had
front of me.
mentioned on stream, and he mentioned it, that there was that 28 days afterwards that Brian Laundrie was going to be, and I think that would have been either, depending on the time frame, that would have been either Monday night or into Tuesday morning. And so I just want to address it. I know that there's a lot of folks out there that are asking this question, and I just want to address it. So today is Wednesday, October 20th, and I believe that original piece of information, that person came through and informed Walt that it would be late Monday or early Tuesday, based on that 24-hour window, and it would be near a body of water, which actually.
Okay, now I just want to say something. What this person right here is carrying in this picture, you see those clip things? That looks like a waterproof bag. It looks like a really poor quality one. Usually they're made of something much tougher than that, but that looks like it may have been a waterproof bag, and those clips clip around. Is that what they found? I don't know. There's something black and plastic sticking out of the bottom of it. It's could be something that the father trudged in swampy water to get, since you look at the condition of his pants. This could be something, now if this is definitely it, this could be something that was planted long ago. We don't know. It looks like it has some algae or some kind of green growth on it, as if it's been in the water, yet the black plastic doesn't look wet at all, and there's like something yellow. It almost looks like a fortune cookie shape inside there. So who knows what that is in there and how long it's been in there. If it indeed belonged to Brian, could have been something that was planted there, early on, that was never found. So just bringing that to you guys. That's my own perceptions of that. Let me bring this down, so just in case you can't see that well, I'm going to put this on. Saying a raincoat. No, that looks like one of these waterproof bags. It looks like a really poor quality one because it's so thin. Usually they're much, much thicker. The one I have that I put my camera in stuff, and if you go to a water park, it's much, much thicker, and it clips around, and it's almost like a cylinder. But it looks like there's some kind of a stamp. It almost looks like it was made out of like a mail bag or something, but it does have those clips, so it looks like some type of a waterproof bag. My sister said, why would the medical examiner be there if nobody thought it was a good question? There could be something that they have to rule out as human remains. I don't know. Oh gosh. Okay. Sorry. Looks like possible bones. No, that's not an evidence bag, guys. That's not an evidence bag. Evidence bags are usually paper bags, brown. This is something that looks like it was found there, and this could be the articles that they're talking about. I think law enforcement found, but parents called them over to check it out. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. Let's see if doesn't look like anything new. He's really not wearing gloves. Chris Stokes says no. The bag is ripped at the bottom. Yes, Teresa asks, and there is a black plastic. Something coming out of it. That's not an evidence bag. Not an evidence bag. Has it been confirmed the medical? Yes, it's been confirmed, Deanna. Yes, it does. What you have in a boat. Yeah, exactly. Gemini, yes. Unless that bag was found that way. Oh yeah, I do think that bag was found that way. No, it didn't. Excuse me, it didn't look like a shoe. Because the dad knew parents have been in touch with Brian, quite possibly. Let's see here. You could leave that out in the open. We don't know, but it looks like it was submerged somewhere wet. When you look at the father's pants and you look at that bag, there's some kind of algae or something on the outside of that bag, as if it was submerged. It could be animal bones that were found. Yeah, the medical examiner could be coming in to rule out, something. Let's see what they're saying, if they're saying anything new yet.
For the search, because the more swampy and wet that it is, there's more vehicles here that are arriving here and checking in with law enforcement there.
And that is a protester. I recognize that man. That is the protester that has spoken with Cassie Laundrie. So the two people that you're seeing that are filming everything, these are two people that have been very closely following the case, basically on the scene nearly every day.
Volunteer member of law enforcement pulling up here to the scene as well. And yes, Marianne, you're right on the money. Hasn't rained in a while, and if it has, it's been virtually non-existent. It's just been really a passing shower. There hasn't been significant rainfall totals, and this aids the search for Brian Laundrie without question. CN, do you want to mention something?
I just want to mention, the fact that law enforcement yesterday on October 19th determined that they were going to open the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park, Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park, the fact that they determined they were going to open this back up
for me, a client
to the
is
public,
not really a client at the
that
end of the
is
day.
huge,
it's a guest.
because obviously they thought that they were done with that scene. They wanted to let everybody from the public back in. They would have access to that scene. To find out the very next day that all these developments are happening, that some articles of Brian were found at that exact scene, that's just interesting, because I don't think, obviously, they were going to open up this scene to the public as they did yesterday had they known that articles belonging to Brian were still at that scene. And those articles being discovered this morning after a brief search by the Laundrie parents, according to the Laundrie family attorney, during a brief search.
Let's get to that next comment here. We'll keep this shot up because we're seeing considerable law enforcement activity here. So let's keep it up in the center of our screen, live on WFLA Now. Again, 8 on your side, investigator Masa Saidi, pulling a little bit of overtime here with us on WFLA Now. I'm JB Buno, digital anchor for WFLA Now, and we'll continue to feature interactively your comments here using hashtag HeyJB and hashtag HeyMasa. Hashtag HeyMasa, question for you. Cien Arens, was the park surveilled last night? I'm worried Laundrie may have claimed another victim to steal their vehicle. First and foremost, we have zero. We understand that might be a worry for you, Sam, but there is zero indication whatsoever that is even.
So you know what this means. How can you say they planted it?
I don't understand
Roberta
the
was
question.
holding it.
Well, why don't we focus on the question? The question is, was the park surveilled last night?
The park was opened back up to the public yesterday. Could they have done secret surveillance on it after opening it back up? I mean, sure. We don't have any knowledge of any surveillance being conducted at the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park, but I think what she's getting at is, did somebody sneak back on and do something they shouldn't? I think that's what she is getting at, but we don't have any information on whether law enforcement set up secret surveillance outside of the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park. I would venture to say probably not, since they reopened the park back up to the public. I think it's safe to assume that they thought their work there was done because they were not treating it as a scene anymore that needs to be protected. They determined they were going to open it back up to the public, and they did yesterday. only to close it back up just hours later.
And to the second part of this comment, there's no indication right now, there's no evidence that we know of in an official capacity that Brian Laundrie has committed a violent act. And to suggest that he would then commit a second violent act, there's just so many people out there that I understand that you have your beliefs, but you have to also do your very best.
I see what she's saying now. I am so
we have
slow.
we have to encourage people to stay, as I say it, rooted in reality here. And we understand how easy it is with a story like this to connect dots. And connecting dots is an easy thing to do because sometimes it can feel so blatantly obvious. But we have to go on based on what we know from credible sources of information. Right now, Brian Laundrie is a person of interest in her homicide, hasn't been named as a suspect.
Yeah,
we
I'd
do
like
not
to say
have
in the
any
case, not in the homicide. Yeah.
Right.
Just a person of interest.
Just a person of interest.
Because they made that announcement when she was just a
I wanna
missing
go back to
person.
Brian
So
Laundrie for a
he is
minute.
just a person of interest in the Gabby Petito investigation, and he is wanted for bank card fraud. People get very upset every time I say that, but that is what the facts are. And again, we are not going to get ahead of law enforcement and make any other.
He is a person of
claim.
interest in an FBI-led criminal investigation.
You could say that.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
And we understand how easy it is to jump
Hold
to
on, I'm trying to go back
various
to Brian.
conclusions and jump to even conclusions beyond that are not
Brian
rooted in
Laundrie.
reality, that are
This
just...
is a conclusion that is not even obvious. Right?
And it's not to come down on the commenter in
Not
any
at
which way,
all.
shape, or form. It's
At
just,
all.
it's an opportunity
No
for us
disrespect.
to remind you that you have to stay rooted in reality.
I'm gonna show you
Jacqueline
JB
Neely,
up here.
hashtag
Jacqueline.
HJB.
Quiet, JB. If you're just joining us, the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park was opened up to the public again yesterday. Now, what happened is the parents allegedly informed law enforcement, the North. Guys, can we not give any attention to someone like that? Can we not? Just please, Jeanette. Okay, so they opened this up to the public, and then the parents go there in the morning, where they say, according to the lawyer's statement, that they are met by law enforcement. They don't say that they arrived at the same time or whatever, but they just, are met there, is all we get from the lawyer's statement, which I'll read to you in a minute. JB misunderstood, misread, or misinterpreted the lawyer's statement and came out blasting that articles of clothing were found at the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park. That's not true. What was found was articles belonging to Brian Laundrie, allegedly, which is highly suspect because this park has been searched numerous times. It was open to the public yesterday. The parents go on this extensive, well, you're doing it just by doing that, Jeanette, okay? I'm sorry. I really, I don't have any respect for someone that did what she did to Shanann. I'm sorry, and I don't want it mentioned here. It's very hurtful to the family, and it's not the first time families have been victimized. I'm sorry? Oh, okay. So I'm just going to, thank you, Mom Ames. Okay? Thank you. So, that's highly suspect to me. Then they find, apparently, it looks like it's this bag that was found that we just showed you pictures of. The mother is then holding that bag. So let's say that bag is entered into evidence. Her hands are all over that bag. Okay, so forget it now. The other guy was holding that bag without gloves and, over and over. Okay, now, no, Jeanette, just see, you weren't the first one, but let's just gone. Okay, the more we're talking about it, the more that it's being brought up, and it's really just a distraction, a circus. So, you've got the mother's DNA all over there. More images. Okay, I'll go check on Fox. Okay, I'm gonna go there, MD. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I'm gonna go over there. That's where I'm headed now. Okay. I'm on there. I'm going in there now. Let's see what we have. Okay, so let me pull this over. To wait for the ad here. All right, I'm just going to let the ad play over here, and then I will pull it back. Okay. There's a tent set up.
Tracy Cabrera, hashtag Hey Masa. Just
Not hearing. They don't have anything new going on here. Okay, so this is just live feed on let's see. What Compassionate Friends? What grief group? Kathy Allison, what grief group? They have static and a slideshow. Okay, let me go get that. Okay, thank you. I'll go get that. Well, we leave this on here. This is live. Okay. Okay. Why I'm getting a black image when I pull that up at black screen. Hold on. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, so hang on. There's a slideshow here, you say. Let me see here. Okay, I got it. Okay, let's pull this over for a second. Exclusive images by Fox. That's definitely one of those waterproof bags, definitely. It's a very poor quality one, but it is definitely one of those. Father's pants are all saturated here, like he waded in and got that bag, maybe? I don't know. Pants here are not wet except right, well, they look like they almost might be wet there. Is that where the bag was found? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Go through it again. These are images obtained exclusively by Fox News that show Chris and Roberta Laundrie in the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park with at least one law enforcement officer today. There's no volume. These are pictures, 11. There is no volume on this. These are photographs. Person is on the phone calling. I'll go back through them again. Uh-oh. Somehow we lost our photographs. Okay, here they are. I love how he sends her in first. You go in and you scout it out for the snakes, Roberta, okay? If there's any snakes, you tell me and I'm out of here. Okay, and you have a live view right there of what's going on. Now, where's the tent? Has the tent been taken down? Where's the tent there? Are we in a different area? We'll see. So let's read. I'm going to read this to you while that's going on. That's buffering now for a second. That's not me buffering. That is their feed, okay? Let me read about these pictures, okay? The park is now closed to the public, having reopened only Tuesday following a weeks-long search for Brian Laundrie. Brian Laundrie has been named as a person of interest in the disappearance and subsequent homicide of his fiancée, Gabby Petito. The FBI later issued a warrant for his arrest on charges related to his unauthorized use of her bank card. Okay, so here we go. The Laundries and one of the men appeared to discuss the discovery before the parents left the park, which was then closed to the media and the public. So the parents are no longer in the park. They left the park after the discovery. I find that even more suspect, because if something was related to their son, wouldn't they want to be there? Wouldn't they be hanging around, seeing if there is any word, if this medical examiner is called? I think it's highly suspect that they left the park. Okay, so it says exclusive video obtained by Fox News Digital shows the Laundries and the law enforcement officer huddling and speaking as the officer appears to show the couple an unknown discovery. The officer appeared to tell the parents, "I think we might have found something." During the couple's time inside, Chris Laundrie could be seen continually moving in and out of areas of the brush. After a short while, he and Roberta Laundrie separated, with Chris and the two men moving into brush on the left side of the trail for approximately 12 minutes. Chris returned without law enforcement, and the couple continued on. The Laundries later discovered a white bag. Oh, so the Laundries made the discovery. And a dark-colored object after traveling through a patch of brambles at the edge of the brush at a clearing. They then could be seen putting the object into the bag. Okay, I'm done. I'm done with these people. I really am. I'm done. So they found this bag. They touched this bag all over. They found something black, and they put that object into the bag after handling it. And then they handed it over to law enforcement officers shortly thereafter, who took it from them. On their way out of the park, did they also puncture the bag when they put that in there? On their way out of the park, the couple made a phone call and then received a call. There, they were soon joined by a law enforcement officer who could be seen patting Chris Laundrie's shoulder as he huddled with the couple. And remember, at this time, she is still holding that bag. The couple left the park at 8:45 a.m. and appeared emotional when confronted by protesters there. Meanwhile, about a dozen uniformed law enforcement officers and approximately 6 people in plain clothes could be seen entering the park, with several police or unmarked vehicles and gators seen entering. The Northport Mobile Command Center arrived at the park shortly after 10:30 a.m. So this was early, after 8:30. Now it is now 1:41 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The Laundries returned home shortly thereafter. An FBI spokesperson did not immediately respond, and then their lawyer issues that statement about articles being found. And I'll read the statement to you guys. Let me see here. So the statement again that was issued by their attorney after they returned home. This is an hour ago. This is what 4 hours after they found this. Their attorney issues a statement, not police, not anything else. Their attorney. Chris and Roberta Laundrie went to the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park this morning to search for Brian. The FBI and the Northport Police Department were informed last night of Brian's parents' intentions, and they met Chris and Roberta there this morning. After a brief search off a trail that Brian frequented, some articles belonging to Brian were found. As of now, law enforcement is conducting a more thorough investigation of that area. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's even more suspect now. Then the medical examiner is called on, right? Yeah. All right, so let's see what's going on here. More FBI. Brian Enton, 9 minutes ago, said that more FBI is showing up over at the park. And I'm just going to pull him over here for just a brief second here.
Who needs catching up? I'll kind of go through what's happened so far today. Basically, this morning, the Laundrie parents, Chris and Roberta, came out here to the reserve in the area. If you look at my video from yesterday when the reserve was open, in that same area where I was yesterday walking over that bridge, and they found some articles of Brian's. This is according to the Laundrie family attorney, Stephen Bertolino. They came out here, found some articles belonging to Brian, and gave those articles over to the police. The police were also out here this morning. How this all came about, I know that, believe me, I know the timing is so weird and everybody's asking me about it. We don't know the answers. Mr. Bertolino is not responding to our specific questions about that. Why all of a sudden did the Laundries decide this morning to come out here and go to this specific area where something was found connected to Brian? We don't know. But that's, according to the attorney, what happened. So then, a short time later, the medical examiner turned up out here. We confirmed that. And we saw a white van go in. There's a tent that has been erected in the reserve. We can't see exactly what's under it from the aerial video. We can see kind of into the side, but we can't see what's under it. And there's just a ton of FBI and police out here. There was more canine units out here, and they've got the entire area closed off again right now. So, again, I know a lot of you are reading into it. Yes, we can confirm that sorry, I was just reading a text I got, that the medical examiner is here, so. I would walk over, so there's a whole nother side over there with the bridges where I was yesterday, where there's been a lot of police activity. It's just if I move, I'll lose the signal. The service is so terrible out here, so I'm just kind of staying in this spot. The weird thing, again, is that the reserve was reopened yesterday. I mean, you guys remember from my stories yesterday, and then all of a sudden today, all of this happened. And if you look back at my video from yesterday where I was in the reserve walking over that bridge where you saw the guy walking the dog, that is the area where all of this is going down today. That same exact area. It's not confirmed remains. Some of you asking me, is it confirmed remains were found? No. But we do know that the medical examiner was called out. And we know we've got no information from the FBI or Northport Police. The only information we've gotten so far in terms of articles of Brian's being found were from Stephen Bertolino, the attorney. Someone's asking, what does it mean for a medical examiner to be on site? That normally means that there was a body or body parts or a possible body or body parts found. That's usually the reason that a medical examiner would be called out.
Good point, Mimi.
Someone's asking, is this area gated off overnight? So there are gates so that you can't drive in, but it would be very easy to walk in. There's not like a chain link fence or anything like that. You could definitely walk in at night if you wanted to. Someone's asking, what do I think? What are my thoughts? I mean, I just think it's all very bizarre. Again, having just been in this spot yesterday with people hiking and mountain biking and walking their dogs, and it appearing that that the search was over here at the reserve. And just now to be doing this today, it's certainly, the timing is really, really strange. So. They are back at the house now. The parents are back at the house now.
Yeah, okay. And if the medical examiner, wouldn't you be standing out here if you were the parents, sitting in the car, saying, I'm not going back to the house. I want to, yeah. So they're back at the house eating their toasted cheese sandwiches.
There were, some of you are asking, were there regular people looking around the reserve and swamp yesterday? Yes. When I was out here yesterday, in addition to like the hikers and stuff, I did come across a few people that were just like into the case and were out here.
Okay, so Michael says that a senior law enforcement official tells NBC.
Yeah, there is someone at the house watching it.
What appears to be partial human remains have been found in an area that was previously underwater. Okay, let me.
So I'm going to give the recap one more time just because I know a lot of people got on. And I can't stay live for too long just because I have to stay in one spot and it's driving me crazy because I can't see what's happening over there around the bend. But basically the recap is, according to Stephen Bertolino, the Laundrie family attorney, the Laundries went early this morning to the reserve and found some articles belonging to Brian's. Northport Police and FBI were out here. Those articles were handed over. We know because we saw the medical examiner is now out here. They've got the entire area closed off. There's a tent that has been erected, so we can't see exactly what's happening under the tent from the aerials. And this is in the same area where Chris Laundrie was searching, or, you know, what they called assisting police several weeks ago. This is the same area where I posted the video yesterday when the reserve was open. So that's kind of the latest. Yeah, coroner. Someone who says coroner the same as the ME. Yes, yeah. So if you say coroner showed up or medical examiner showed up, that's pretty much the same thing.
I'm on NBC 6, South Florida, and I'm trying to see here because I'm not.
Some of you are asking about the WFLA chopper. I know that they have to refuel. You know, you can only stay up for so long, so they'll be back up. So we don't have confirmation that they found a body, but we do know, according to the lawyer, they found articles belonging to Brian, and then we know that the medical examiner is here. So
No, they're saying they found.
kind of take with that, you know, take from that what you want.
Jimmy, do you see anything on this body?
That's a news helicopter that you hear. So I'm going to get off here just because, like I said, I can't, if I move from this spot, I'll lose the live signal and I want to go check on the other side. So I'll tweet if anything happens and I'll get live again in a little bit, but that's the latest.
Okay,
And I will,
here's what it's they're saying. Cadaver dog from a neighboring county sheriff's office has been called in. Its helicopter spotted a tent in the area of the discovery. The same human remains detecting canine, the only one employed by the local sheriff's office, was at the Carlton Reserve 5 days ago, the Pasco County official said. What? Okay, you keep looking. Before Bertolino announced Wednesday's findings, Northport Police told WFLA that the park was once again closed but didn't provide further details. Josh Taylor told the station that the search continues. Less than 24 hours later, Taylor asked about the reopening of the park, said he suspects searches will continue when and where needed. Let's see what's going on here. I'm going to her tweets from me. W. Allison. I'm not seeing that, guys. So no. They're telling me in the chat. Okay, well, they just announced where. Hi, can you tell me where they're announcing this? Because I'm on the page and I don't see it. Can you tell me where it is? It might be on Twitter. Is it only on Twitter that it's being announced? Well, let me check Twitter because it's not on their website yet. Yeah. Let me see here. Okay, so I'm on their Twitter now. They're talking about Parkland, Surfside Condo, Brian Laundrie's items found at the park. This is South 6, NBC. Puppies stolen. Where are you guys seeing this? WFLA? Okay, let me go back to WFLA then. Hang on, I'll go back to WFLA.
Have been found in an area that was previously underwater. As you heard JB mentioned during our last hour, we have seen a lot of the water dry up in this area, so certainly that is something that is very helpful to the search. We know that the Pasco County Sheriff's Office did send out a canine able to detect human remains. We know that the Northport Police Department that was leading the investigation. Now this is an FBI-led investigation. We know the Northport Police Department did call in the medical examiner, and now Pete Williams from NBC reporting that partial human remains have been found next to a backpack consistent with items that Brian Laundrie may have had. This is happening on October 20th, more than a month after Brian Laundrie parked that Mustang, according to his family, and got out over the scene that you're looking at right now.
Now, that's exactly what I want to talk about here. Let's talk about exactly what we're looking at here video-wise from I'm sorry?
Just the
thank you.
Laundrie's misspelled.
Yep, let's fix that. Thank you. So what we're looking at here in the center, this is looped video of a tent that went up. I guess it was this morning or this afternoon. It was right in the middle of our stream when Jim Hockett, our photojournalist in Eagle 8 HD, our news chopper, said, hey, in the last 5 minutes they put up a tent. And that was significant, but we didn't know really how significant it was because could the tent have just been put up for... we don't know exactly what the reason was at the time as far as the tent going up, but it was very curious. And the tent is up here, and this could be the focal point of this breaking news development that partial human remains have been found in the Laundrie search area, and that it was near a backpack consistent with these articles, right? These articles that were said to have belonged to Brian Laundrie. I want to ask this question.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
I just contacted Stephen Bertolino again, and I asked him about this reporting of Pete Williams that partial human remains have been found, and he said no comments. I'm going to stop texting him for the day. The Laundrie family attorney that is, usually often answers questions. He has stopped answering questions for the day. He has no comments, so I will stop contacting him, but just wanted to give you that update, JB. Sorry to interrupt.
Here's what I want to ask to our audience, and I'm going to start taking your hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyMasa questions now, or really answers. Your hashtag HeyJB questions, your hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyMasa answers to this question in particular. And I want to ask you, everyone to you can use hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyMasa across Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube. Those three places, and we can animate your comment on screen. And it's this: where does everybody feel right now as far as the Justice for Gabby movement? Let's not forget that this is a story that we have all been following because of Gabby Petito, and because so many people, including myself, just want to know what happened. What is the truth? What are the facts?
Yeah, this is Brian.
Are we closer to getting facts? Are we closer to getting answers? Are we closer to getting the truth now, or are we farther with these new developments? I'd like to hear from our audience who have been interacting with over the last month plus, audience members who have been following every stream. Some of you, every single stream that we have been on here. I'm asking you.
I'll leave the feed up, but partial human remains. Let me see what's going on here. Somebody just said something. are found in a swamp that are laying near a backpack that was just found and supposedly underwater until now, an area that has been searched over and over prior to today. Jeez, somebody said here. I wish that Gabby's family could get answers. My heart is broken for them. We are farther. We will never know now, considering how tight-lipped they have been. Where are the parents? Are they still in the reserve? No, they are home. Someone said, this is not him. He is in South Carolina. Time will tell. So fishy, something not adding up. Need to, I see it. I'm trying just to see if there's anything out here. Okay, that's the tent. You can see people out there standing around. I guess several people from the FBI, Northport Police Department, the medical examiner, cadaver dog and handler. I mean, I want to go back to, hold on, I'm going to see if this is it. I want to go back to that picture where that person was standing there. And I also want to, hold on one second here. Okay, but we have it all here, Jimmy. All right. So, all right, so let me make sure that I have that here. Now let's see. Stephen Bertolino, who represents the Laundrie family, confirmed that the Laundries informed law enforcement last night of their intentions to search the park, and they met officers there. Bertolino confirmed that while searching areas that Brian frequented, some articles belonging to Brian were found. Officers are now conducting a more thorough search of the area, says Bertolino. A spokesperson for the Sarasota County Medical Examiner's Office confirmed that the office was called to the Myakkahatchee on Wednesday. Sarasota County Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Russell Vega said in an email that his office responded to the area at the request of law enforcement. Park is now closed to the public, having reopened only Tuesday following a weeks-long search for Brian Laundrie. Now I want to go to these pictures. I'm going to pull these over right here because I just go over here for 1 second. It's the bag, but the picture that I want to look at is this one. Supposedly, we're to believe that the remains were found by what they are calling a backpack. Now, you know what I find highly suspect is that Roberta Laundrie is touching that. Roberta Laundrie finds something outside that black plastic and handles it and puts it inside the bag, puncturing the bag. If that was evidence, she's contaminated it. So, yes, they would never know she planted anything because she is touching everything and they're handling this stuff. Okay? If we go over here and we read this, The Laundries and one of the men appeared to discuss a discovery before the parents left the park, which was closed to the media and the public. Okay, here's the digital images. And they say that the officer appeared to tell the parents, I think we might have found something. During the couple's time inside, Chris Laundrie could be seen continually moving in and out of areas of the brush. Oh, where did they put that thing? Where did he put that thing? After a short while, he and Roberta separated with Chris. Okay, so now Chris and Roberta are separated with Chris and the two men. So Roberta's all off alone, according to this. With Chris and the two men moving into the brush on the left side of the trail for approximately 12 minutes. So for 12 freaking minutes, Roberta is alone. Chris returns without law enforcement, so he's alone too. And the couple continues on alone. The Laundries later discovered a white bag. They are the ones that discover the white bag and a dark-colored object after traveling through a patch of brambles at the edge of the brush at a clearing. They then could be seen putting the object into the bag and handing it over to the law enforcement officer shortly thereafter, who later took it from them. So they handled the object, they put it in the bag, they touched the bag, they handed it over. On their way out of the park, the couple made a phone call and then received a phone call. There, they were soon joined by a law enforcement officer who could be seen patting Chris Laundrie's shoulder as he huddled with the couple. The couple left the park at 8:45 a.m. and appeared emotional when confronted by protesters there. Meanwhile, about a dozen uniformed law enforcement officers and approximately 6 people in plain clothes could be seen entering the park, with several police or unmarked vehicles and gators seen entering. The Northport Mobile Command Center arrived at the park shortly after 10:30 a.m. local time. The Laundries returned home shortly thereafter.
Hashtag HAB, justice will not be served.
Okay, he's still reading comments, so nothing. The bottom of Chris's lawn, yes, they are wet. Yes, Carolyn, that is not right, that Brian's parents are there and they're touching everything. Correct. Thank you, Janice. This is a shoddy investigation. Okay, let me go pull that up. Yeah, it looks like a really cheap one, because I have ones that are like, you couldn't puncture it. I could show them sometime, that I put my cameras in stuff when you go to water parks. Okay, this looks like a really shoddy one, but I'm going to pull that up. Thank you, MD. You're very helpful. Okay, so I'm just going to pull this up. This is the bag that, let me make the resolution on this a little lower. I mean, a little smaller. And I'll pull this over. This is the bag. Stupid fly in here. Okay, so it's a dry pack, 3-roll top dry gear bag. And it's punctured on the bottom. And she put that thing that punctured it, that's what it is, the black plastic, into that bag, and yeah. Hey, whoa, Lisa. I don't know if it's mad or frustrated because, well, Lisa, this park has been searched several times, and it's highly suspect that It's reopened to the public, which would essentially clear it as a crime scene, right? And then the parents decide to go to the park, and they are separated. They are without law enforcement following them, and this bag is then found, which they touch everything, the bag, the plastic found. They're handling all of that instead of just leaving it, right? And then that's why people are frustrated. Whoa, Lisa. Because these people that haven't said anything have their lawyer issue a statement, and the statement is that articles are found. Now, partial human remains are found, but then they leave. They leave the Myakkahatchee instead of staying there, waiting to hear any word about if it's their son or not.
Why would they turn the cadaver logs loose if they found remains? They would never do that. They turn the dogs loose to try to find a trail. The dogs are loose. If the dogs run loose. They're not going to do that if the dogs are if they found.
Gadget Granny says yes, but it was underwater. I do agree the parents are suspicious. Did you read the Okay, so Lisa said, I'm not, I think Lisa asked, are you joking? As a mother, what would you do if your child was, so Lisa, so you are agreeing that this is highly suspect, but you're saying you agree with what the people are, the Laundries are doing if they are planting evidence or trying to bring a forth evidence that was planted before. You said you are understanding that they're doing things that are aiding and abetting their son escaping this. Is that what do I understand you correctly? Well, Lisa, you're saying that no one should be mad at or frustrated at the Laundries, even if they are causing millions of dollars of resources to be used searching an area and planting evidence or anything just because they're protecting their child. Is that correct? Deanna, she says, Deanna, I would protect my daughter against anything and anyone. Okay, so that's what Lisa is saying. Lisa is saying that no one should be mad or angry at them because they're going to protect their son at all costs. And that would go according to what that coworker said. Hi, John Musaki. Shop Talk. Are you insane? That's a possibility, Shop Talk. Why would she handle everything? Why would she handle everything like that? If that was evidence, if it was his bag, wouldn't you just call someone like we saw that person calling? Why would she handle it? Deanna says, well, Lisa, I have 3 sons, and if this was any of them, I would have gotten a lawyer and marched them down to talk to law enforcement because on the other side, that could be your child dead. Kristen Vita says, Lisa H., I am with you. Well, Lisa says, you can be mad. I'm just saying how I feel. That's fine, Lisa. That's fine. That's your opinion, and you're entitled to it. It might be a show. It might be a distraction. Let's see if they are saying anything else or if they're still reading out questions. I never said no one. No, you said why are people? I think you said why are people mad at the parents or something. Why are people mad at the parents or angry at the parents? Hi, Ashley B. Well, Shop Talk says no parent is going to help their child get away with murder. That's not true. Shop Talk and Whoa Lisa just gave you another perspective on that. You sent me something to my messenger. Let me see. Snow remover. I believe I don't have any Facebook up here at all. Let me see here. Yeah, we went through that already, Snow. Rewind a little bit. Thank you, though. Yeah, we looked at the photos there, the exclusives from Fox. But thanks. Hi, Millie. Millie says, I can't believe people agree with parents' actions. Part of being a good parent is to hold your children accountable. Lottie, Eliza. So 2 scooters, check. I finally bump into you here rather than random channels. No problems now. Well, Lisa says, that's all I was trying to say. That's my opinion. You have the right, you have the right to feel the way you want to feel. And people that are angry or frustrated have the right to feel the way they want to feel. Right? Yes, it is. Seems like it's confirmed here, Scooter. Okay, let me see if they're saying anything or they're still busy reading these questions.
Very hollow as far as what we learn publicly. But the FBI just tweeted, and that's significant. Let me just before I tell you what they tweeted, the fact that the FBI is saying something in and of itself is a massive development because the FBI hasn't said anything. The FBI tweeted a response team is there for quote unquote items of interest at the Carlton Reserve. Items of interest, and that came in about 4.5 minutes ago.
Items of interest.
The FBI has used Twitter a lot in this case. I believe they broke the story about the charges
yes, they
on
did.
Twitter, correct? Very interesting, and I think I was stunned earlier. I did a story involving the FBI last week, but it was the local FBI, and we'll get a response from them, but it's usually I cannot confirm nor deny. The Denver FBI, their public information officers must have been inundated with questions, and they did respond to us earlier. They said they couldn't comment, but I would point out, they did point out that a lot of their releases at that point would be on Twitter, and there you go. Items of interest were located at the Carlton Reserve this morning in connection with the search for Brian Laundrie. We just retweeted it, but yeah, and they have it as a news alert from the FBI. So,
a response team is there for the items of interest that we've been talking about, and I want to know how these items were discovered. Mm-hmm. There was talk on social media before you got on stream here, Walt. We had comments on screen, people who were alleging that this was planted, that the information came in.
More breaking news?
No, I'll address this here in a moment.
There's been so many of those. It opens your eyes to the skepticism that's out there. These theories that some of them I would have to say ridiculous. As far as the items being planted, what would be the motive? Did the person express a motive?
So the idea would be, and I know our commenters well enough to say that the idea was that the people were saying everywhere across all platforms. I have it here across my screens. Comments, people were saying that, the items, the articles that Stephen Bertolino is referring to could have been planted by Chris and Roberta Laundrie to throw off law enforcement as far as the search for their son, Brian. And now that we have these partial, or what appears to be partial, human remains found here, I don't see any comments like that anymore. That it was deliberate, that it was intentional, that it was an intended misdirection. I just don't see anything like that anymore. As we're awaiting some, Walt, I'm going to keep you on the mic here for a second. I have to step away for just a second.
Okay, so let me bring everybody up to date. This morning, the FBI reported that.
So, if you're just joining, okay, here's what's happening so far. I see Mike's just joining. A few of you are just joining. Last night, Chris and Roberta Laundrie told to the Northport Police Department and the FBI that they had planned to go to the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park to search for Brian. Now, remember that the park was just open to the public yesterday. Remind yourself that Brian and Roberta Laundrie went on an extended errands run yesterday. They went to Walmart. They went to 2 AT&T stores. One was closed. The second one, they spent about 30 minutes inside. They also went to a FedEx and to a bank. Then they tell the Northport Police Department and the FBI that they plan to go to this Myakkahatchee, just reopened Creek Environmental Park to look for Brian. And they arrived there very early in the morning because it is 8:30 in the morning when they are leaving. And I will read it to you again. Their behavior in the park, we don't even know. It says they're met at the park, but we don't know if they're out there before or after. And we can look at these photos again and read this because it is really important to hear what is going on here. These are exclusive images that were obtained by Fox News. We have someone here standing in this path. Now, apparently, it is said that this area, according to someone, may have been underwater and prior weeks. The bag does look like it has algae on it, as if it was in water. Now, the father's pants are wet on the bottom. The time in Florida right now is 2:20 p.m. So, okay, at this part of Florida. Some of Florida is on Central Time, so it would be an hour earlier. But this is same 2:21 now p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So who exactly is this that's on his cell phone looking at this bag? But let's read what they say. And the other thing that's suspect is that these parents have said nothing, yet their lawyer was right on the statement saying exactly what I said, that they planned to go there, that law enforcement knew, and that articles belonging to Brian Laundrie were found. That's it. Now let's go to, after that, officers were conducting a more thorough search of the area, Bertolino said. The Sarasota County Chief's medical examiner, Dr. Russell Vega, told Fox News Digital in an email that his office responded to the area at the request of law enforcement. The park now closed to the public after it reopened Tuesday to the public after weeks long being closed, right? The Laundries claimed their son went to the Myakkahatchee on September 13th. They originally said the 14th, right? And they were caught in discrepancies. And these images are from earlier. There's a close-up of the bag. We showed the bag. It's a dry bag that you put items in, a gear bag that's available at Walmart. You see how it has like leaf grass cuttings. You see how it's discolored. Okay. I said I love how he makes her go ahead of him. She's in short pants with lots of ticks in that area, snakes. And just don't think that's the wisest choice. I want to show another view. Okay, this doesn't have the view where she is standing and holding this bag where, let me see if this will allow us just to go right on and see this.
I am Shatan.
No. Okay, hang on one second. Hold on. I want to read this to you about what happened and see if you're feeling the same way. The Laundries, okay, and one of the men appeared to discuss a discovery before the parents left the park, which was then closed to the media and the public. In a worldwide exclusive video obtained by Fox Digital shows the Laundries and the law enforcement officer huddling and speaking as the officer appears to show the couple an unknown discovery. The officer appeared to tell the parents, "I think we might have found something." During the couple's time inside the park, Chris Laundrie, now listen to this, could be seen continually moving in and out of areas of brush. Apparently he was on a mission to find something. Could he know something was planted there that wasn't found? Very, very likely. Could be. Allegedly. Could be, right? He seemed to be on a mission. So he is going in and out of that brush. After a short while, Chris Laundrie and Roberta Laundrie separate. And Chris continues with the two men. So then what does that mean? Roberta's off on her own. Okay? They're moving in and out of the brush for approximately 12 minutes, which gives Roberta 12 minutes that she is alone, right? Okay. Now, Chris returns where? To Roberta without law enforcement. So Chris is alone as well. And the couple continued on. They continued on where and for how long? We don't know. The Laundries later discovered a white bag and a dark-colored object after traveling through a patch of brambles at the edge of the brush at a clearing. They, Chris and Roberta, could be seen putting the object, so they are handling this object, not calling the law enforcement, not calling FBI. They jump in with their bare hands and handle this object. So their DNA is all over it. They then open the bag and put the object into the bag and hand it over to the law enforcement officer, who doesn't have gloves either, and he later takes it from them. In the video, Roberta is holding this bag, and she is holding it on her bare legs. Okay? On their way out of the park, the couple made a phone call and then received a call. There, they were soon joined by a law enforcement officer who could be seen patting Chris Laundrie's shoulder as he huddled with the couple. There's the bag right on her leg. This is ridiculous. The couple left the park at 8:45 a.m. and appeared emotional, appeared emotional by whose means? That they have looked solemn every time they have left their house. Yeah. What?
They said partial human remains.
Yeah.
WFLA.
Yeah, I know. We know that.
Okay.
And appeared emotional when confronted by protesters. Meanwhile, about a dozen uniformed law enforcement officers and approximately 6 people in plain clothes could be seen entering the park, with several police or unmarked vehicles and gators seen entering. The Northport Mobile Command Center arrived at the park shortly after 10:30 a.m. local time. Okay? It is now 2:28. 2:28. They left the park at 8:45 a.m. The Laundries returned home shortly thereafter. 10:30 a.m. A spokesperson for Northport Police Department referred Fox to the FBI for comment. Now, the FBI just tweeted out a comment saying nothing about the human remains, but saying about the articles. Okay, so Renee says it is extremely sus that the parents found a backpack. Well, it's a dry bag, yeah. This makes no sense. Have they happened to come across this in that massive park? Yes, it makes it sound, Renee, like it was there and they could not believe maybe that it hadn't been found, and they had the general location, but they had to go in and out. You know, sometimes when you put something somewhere and you're sure it's there and you're looking, sounds like what it was. They were not with law enforcement the entire time. Then the attorney issues that statement. These people that don't want to talk to anybody are just so eager for that attorney to issue that statement, aren't they? Now, partial remains were found, and according to reports, they were near that dry bag, which they're calling a backpack. So strange. Okay, let me see if JB is saying anything else or if he's still answering questions or whatever.
That Mother Nature provided.
Okay, just theme music now. I'm looking at just the bottom of a helicopter. There's not even a live picture. They must be refueling the helicopter. So let me see if I can find any updates from the other stations here. Go over here. Let me pull this over. According to Fox News, the Laundries discovered a white bag and a dark-colored object after traveling through a patch of brambles at the edge of the brush at a clearing. They could be seen putting the object into the bag and handing it over to a law enforcement officer. You know, just so crazy. Let's see if we have anything. Let me see Okay, so here's some more information. The Laundries left their Northport home just before 7:15 a.m. local time for the environmental park, where two men in hiking gear, including at least one who was later identified as a law enforcement officer, began trailing behind them. The Laundries and one of the men began to discuss a discovery before the parents left the park, which was then closed to media and the public. During the couple's time inside, Chris Laundrie could be seen continually moving in and out of areas of brush, and after a short while, he and Roberta separated, with Chris and the two men moving into brush on the left side of the trail for approximately 12 minutes. Chris returned without law enforcement, and the couple continued on. The Laundries later discovered a white bag and a dark-colored object after traveling through a patch of brambles at the edge of the brush at a clearing. They could then be seen putting the object into the bag and then handing it over to a law enforcement officer shortly thereafter. On their way out of the park, the couple made a phone call and then received a phone call. They were soon joined by a law enforcement officer who could be seen patting Chris Laundrie's shoulder as he huddled with the couple. The couple left the park at 8:45, so they didn't leave it at 10:30. They left at 8:45 a.m. They appeared emotional when confronted by protesters. Meanwhile, about a dozen uniformed law enforcement officers and approximately 6 people in plain clothes could be seen entering the park, with several police or unmarked vehicles and gators seen entering. The Northport Mobile Command Center arrived at the park shortly after 10:30 a.m. And it says the Laundries returned home shortly thereafter. Okay, so you take that the way you want. I'm going to see if the go over here, and I'm going to go to Brian Hinton for a second. Okay, now, let's see here. The new thing is that someone is showing something that is not this bag about in Gabby Petito's van, something about salmon salad, and it's not the same bag, just so you know. It's somebody trying to connect the two bags. The bag is available at Walmart, and that's really not. We know it could be Brian. If it's Brian's bag, would it be in his van? Yeah, it would, but it's not the same bag there. Okay. So let me go to Brian here and see what Brian is saying. FBI update. Items of interest were located, this is what the FBI said, at the Carlton, now they're saying Carlton Reserve this morning in connection with the search for Brian Laundrie. The reserve is closed to the public. This is the Myakkahatchee Environmental Park area, so I don't know whether here's the lawyer's full statement. Chris and Roberta Laundrie went to the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park this morning to search for Brian. The FBI and the Northport Police Department were informed last night of Brian's parents' intentions, and they met Chris and Roberta there this morning. After a brief search off a trail that Brian frequented, some articles belonging to Brian were found. As of now, law enforcement is conducting a more thorough investigation of that area. Let me go back to
Yeah, we'll do the best we can. There's only like one little hole between the trees to see it, so it's a matter of getting lined up just right.
Looks like the copter is back in the air.
Gonna come up on it here in a second.
There is no sound, just so you know that there's no sound on the video right now. Partial human remains found. It says partial here. There is no audio on this video right now, just so you know.
WFLA now.
Okay, and there's their theme music, so I'm just going to there you can see the tent finally. That's the tent that was set up a couple of hours ago. And there's a table underneath it. There's a cooler on the side. What's the matter, Jimmy? Okay, I think Jimmy's like 15 minutes behind us. Everything he keeps going, uh-oh. There's another tent being brought out, which you're going to see here in a minute, which is a blue, smaller tent that's going to be set up. Which you'll see in just a second here. Just a slight delay. Goodness. You'll see it in just a second here. Okay. There it is. So you can see the blue tent. There's some kind of a bag. I think that was probably the bag the tent came in or something.
Hashtag Hey Walt. We can feature your comments and questions here in the Facebook Live, YouTube Live, Twitter comment sections here. And now a second tent, Walt, appears to be constructed here or in the process of being constructed. But there's this tent and there's another tent, a white tent, that law enforcement officials are paying a whole lot of attention to, an area that now, after, of course, NBC News sharing the news that partial human remains have been found, or what appears to be partial human remains, a lot of attention being combed, or at least a lot of attention being paid to in this area where these tents are being erected. Yeah,
very interesting that they would move this. The other tent is sort of in a between two stands of trees. This tent moved to a different area. We do not know the perspective between the two locations, and this just happened. Literally, as we came on the air, this just happened. This blue tent that looks like it is sort of half in the ground, if you will, but obviously not flat ground out there. This is in this area next to Carlton Reserve. We believe 160-acre area, much smaller than Carlton Reserve, and that's where these remains were found in an area that had been previously underwater, according to NBC News. And that is interesting. Nobody's there under it, and we very well may see what they're able to do or what they plan on doing in that particular area.
Jim, this is our photojournalist, Jim Hockett here in Eagle 8 HD. Jim, it's JB. If there's a chance you could show us back to the white tent area. I know that it's really difficult to see. I know that it's really difficult to see through the trees there, but if we can, let's try to show where most of the law enforcement activity is. Okay, so there you see it. There you see it here, folks. The blue tent that was set up there in that open field, not too far away from the white tent, and now a second tent adjacent to the first one that has been set up. And really, these trees make it extremely difficult to see exactly what has been found, but it might be something that perhaps law enforcement wouldn't want us to see to begin with. Well,
very common, and it could also be a work area. It's 85 degrees out there. They're in the middle of the woods. Definitely a painstaking process when remains are found. It's a very key evidence area, and now they seem to be yellow. Is that yellow? Is that
that is police tape now going up, and it looks like they are establishing an area, a perimeter, to prevent anybody from coming. Not that the park is.
That's very interesting.
Very interesting because the park is closed. They're not letting anybody in, but it just goes to show how much they are doing this textbook as far as ensuring that nobody steps into this area that could contaminate a scene that is now going to be quite literally microscopically dissected. We are hearing, of course, reports out there that are circulating that forensics teams are out there. I can assure you that, or I can pass along to our audience here that about 3 minutes before, not even, maybe a minute and a half to 3 minutes before we began this stream for our new Facebook Live audience, that there was another vehicle, another mobile command style vehicle that went into the Carlton Reserve. It was the biggest one we've seen yet.
It looks like they're using that tent as a way to cordon off the area because they're wrapped around a tree there. They come around the tent. It does not look like they need the tent to cover anything. It is simply a way, almost like a fence post, so that they can protect a particular area. And if we're going to do some presuming here, we can think that they have remains in one area and perhaps want to make sure that if bones were carried off, they have a safe perimeter where they don't want anyone to walk. I don't think they're worried about the general public out there. I think they're worried about other officers. And now they can search that one area. I don't know how you calculate something like that. A forensic expert would be able to tell us that. How big of an area do you worry about bones being taken? This is horrible to talk about, but bones being taken after the person has died. How big of an area do you need to cordon off in order to find other remains?
Very clear now to us the intention of the blue tent, obviously. I think it goes without saying, but I will say it to our audience. The blue tent only set up there for the intention as being a weight for the tape, a tent,
a post,
if you will, thank you, that has been set up. So they have cordoned off this area. But again, it's somewhat of a moot point because we're talking about an area that is closed off to the public. But I think
they're worried about officers.
I think that's exactly what I was going to say next. There's so many different agencies involved. Let's just kind of backtrack. We've heard about Pasco County being involved. Of course, Sarasota County, Northport Police, the FBI, Lee County has been called into the scene here. You can see there, it's hard to see Jim trying to give us a good vantage point through the trees. That's another police tent that's been erected. So there's so many different teams on the ground now that this is just to ensure that anybody that approaches the scene, whether it's a detective, whether it's a federal agent, whomever it might be, a forensic examiner or a medical examiner or the coroner and him or herself, that that they do not
tent
step
is
in an
used
area
just
that they shouldn't be
to
stepping
hold
in.
this,
And
tape as
again,
a
look at how wide of an area they
post, if you will.
have partitioned off here, Walt. It's pretty interesting.
Well, and I think
I
Jim might
agree,
be able to
Miss
give us a
Ladybug,
better idea
about
from
the
the sky of
Laundries.
how
I
large
think
of an
if
area that is.
they
I think
thought this
from
was their
it
son,
looks
I don't think they would have
probably
left that
smaller than
far.
it really
I
is
really
to
don't
us.
think they would have left that
a wider
far.
shot probably shows us how large of an area it is, but it is definitely a pretty extensive area. As he pulls out there, you can see the white tent, and it would seem the logic would be that they're going to circle that area. Very good shot there by Jim Hockett in the sky with Eagle 8.
And that's the area that we can say with confidence
MC
has
camps,
received the
I've
most
gone through
attention
that a
from
few
law
times.
enforcement,
I will do
the
it
most
again in a
attention
few
from
minutes
officials
here,
on
but I
scene,
just did it,
and it just so happens to be in a
maybe
very
5 minutes
wooded
ago.
area. And we don't know at this time that is where the partial human remains were found. We don't know if that's an area where the belongings, the backpack belongings that the NBC News report mentioned, whether that's that area or this could be several different areas that we're talking about
I'm
here. But
gonna
we know
stop
that by far.
This here for a second. I'm going to leave the feed going. I'm going to stop the audio, and I'm going to go over something here. Let's see. Okay. Here we go, okay? Stephen Bertolino issued a statement that said the Laundrie family had alerted the Northport Police Department and the FBI that their intention, this is last night, that they were going to go to the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park. Remember, this comes after an extended errands run by the Laundries yesterday, where they went to Walmart and they went to the bank and they went to FedEx and they went to 2 AT&T stores. One was closed. They went to another one where they spent approximately 30 minutes inside. Then they alert the law enforcement that they are going to go and search for their son at the just reopened Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park. Thank you for becoming a Deputy Rambler, California Thunder. We welcome you. So they decide to go there. They get up very early in the morning. They are at the park at about, 7:15 a.m., I believe. There are a few law enforcement officers that may or may not be with them at all times. They're definitely not with them at all times because somebody was tailing them in the park, got pictures, and gave us this blow by blow of what happened. Okay, so let me go over here. They left their home just before 7:15 a.m. local time for the park. Now, 2 men in hiking gear, including at least one who was later identified as a law enforcement officer, began trailing behind them. The Laundries and one of the men appeared to discuss a discovery before the parents left the park. The officer appeared to tell the parents, "I think we might have found something." Okay, I'm going to try to get to their inside the park. Now, inside the park, what they said was Chris Laundrie separated from Roberta. And for about 12 minutes, Chris and the 2 men, now Roberta's off on her own, were seen. Chris was darting in and out of the brush, in and out of the brush, in and out of the brush, in and out of the brush. He catches up with Roberta, who they're alone at this time. They find the bag and something black plastic on the side. They handle all the items in the bag. She opens the bag, puts the black thing in there. She has this on her legs as she's bouncing it when she's talking to what appears to be a plainclothes law enforcement officer dressed in that hiking gear. Then later on hands it off to that officer, and they leave the park shortly thereafter. We then find out about partial human remains allegedly found near where this bag was. Okay? After, again, this place has been extensively searched and was just reopened to the public yesterday. It's now closed to the public, closed to the media. We saw a white tent erected in one area, this blue one set up in this area that's serving just as an anchor post for this tape. There's police tape put up here. Now, this may be the area where the bag was found and the partial human remains. You see there's like kind of a trail when we go back to the pictures, which I'll pull up there now again. Let me do that. Here's a picture of the bag. You see the black plastic is sharp, and it looks like it just went right through that bag. You see this kind of algae, looking like the bag was underwater at a time. It was opened. She opened it up to put this in there. Okay, bare legs. She's holding it. She is holding this bag right now. In the video, you can see her like it's bopping up and down. Okay, so they've made sure their DNA is on everything. Everything. All right, now what are you guys saying? Hold on a minute. Let me just see. 1 second. Let me just see if they're saying anything of any interest.
Now, about this is an area known for gators, known for coyotes, known for panthers, known for snakes. And if this is the discovery of a body, as grim and as gruesome as it is to have this conversation, if this is the discovery of a body that has been there for an extended period of time, Florida wildlife has gotten to that body.
No doubt about that.
But if the body was underwater, well, then there's only, it rules out what kind of wildlife perhaps would have been able to have gotten to these remains. And that's one scenario that is plausible as far as why it's partial human remains and not entire full human remains.
And not to get too gruesome, but obviously the partial is important because the part of the body would lead to a quicker identification. Although,
that's entirely true.
Although obvious, if there's a wallet out there, if there are clothes out there, if the backpack somehow holds a hint, we knew the manner of death was released right away. With Gabby Petito, they found the body on a Sunday, and that news conference was held on a Sunday, on I believe the 19th in Wyoming, and they knew right away the manner of death was a homicide. The cause of death was then released just last week.
Yes, the medical examiner is on scene. Yes.
So in this similar, if it's a similar timeline, they could know a manner of death, or at least know who this is relatively quickly, and perhaps they already do. I mean, the response has been interesting. JB brings up the point that in the beginning of this case, there was some other remains found out there. They determined pretty quickly, it seemed like within hours, that they were not Brian Laundrie. In this case, these human remains prompted a lot of activity there, including Laundrie's parents coming out there, including an FBI release, one of the few FBI releases we've had in this case about what was found out there. They didn't say remains. Let's be clear. The FBI did not mention remains, but they mentioned items of interest, and it's only the second time, really, or third time we've seen anything from the FBI as far as a news release in this case. So that does tell us something about what is suspected at this point of exactly who that is.
Let's go split screen for a moment, but before we do, we can't ignore what we're watching here. It appears a law enforcement crew on a John Deere style of vehicle has been navigating through the reserve or through Myakkahatchee, through the park itself, and now they have disappeared into the trees here. That area on your screen, underneath those trees.
Okay, there's the video of the parents with that. What appears to be the officer. She is holding the bag. You see how it's on the top of her legs? I mean, come on. Her DNA is all over that. You see the way she's arching back? Almost like, I'm sorry, that kind of posture looks like almost like she's giddy. Like, look in there, look in there. Do you see this? Like, not that she's crushed. Not that her shoulders are hanging down and she's crushed by this discovery. It almost looked in that way. Watch. As if she's trying to watch. To say, look, it's in there. Watch. Keep watching. She's holding it, she's looking at it, she's talking about it. There, you see how she arches back? Animated with her hand. Look at this. I don't know, I just see some body language that, hi Carol boys, you noticed that earlier, right Millie? Yeah, I did as well, and you can see it. You see how she's there? It's like, I don't know, it's just not the language of people that are really thinking that their son is deceased there. I don't know, MD, maybe the other officer. Now, someone said she wiped a tear from his eye. I don't think that was a tear. I think that was like a bug.
Morning. How you doing?
You see what I mean? Okay, we'll look at it again. She pulls it up. You know, she's spry there. Like, you know, okay, it's not like, look how she bends herself back as if, oh, come on, look in the, I don't know, it's, she looks like she's trying hard to convince or, oh, look, there it is. You see that? That's his flashlight, his camp flashlight. Look, it has initials in it. That's his stuff. Don't you see that? Yes. I don't know. That's what I'm getting from this. And someone said it was a tear. Watch. I don't think it's a tear. It looks like there's a bug or something on his face. Watch. She's looking at his face. He's got his hands on his hips. See? Yeah. She looks like she pulled something off of his face. That did not look like wiping a tear. Hi, not that Nikki. Thanks. You completely agree.
Puppy. Yeah, buddy. He's cute. He's everybody's friend, but he just jumps sometimes. Come on.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I don't know. Let's go back to the, see what WFLA has on there. Okay, nothing really going on here. Let's pull that.
Literally under the sun on a hot Florida day, and all of their cameras are pointed in the direction of Myakkahatchee Myakkahatchee Environment Park, and we have of course, the chopper in the air. Ooh, there's some, that's a better angle that Jim just got. Okay, so there's some of the vehicles that are there in the area underneath the trees. That's a good shot, and just some of the law enforcement officials that are now working this scene. Again, the medical examiner's office has been called. Multiple law enforcement agencies here in Florida have been called to the scene. Let's not forget that the Pasco County Canine Human Detections Unit is also here.
They went by
on
themselves,
the scene.
Annie B.
And if there are partial human remains, that means that there's the chance that there are, of course,
by themselves many times.
Human remains out there somewhere, and having the canines present to try and track down that scent, that's particularly advantageous. We were talking about wildlife earlier. We were talking about the chances that the remains were the target of Florida wildlife, but we don't know. We don't know. All we can go by is what we're seeing here in the area that has been taped off by law enforcement. And again, this is an FBI-led investigation, Walt.
It is, and reflecting again on what the FBI tweeted now about an hour ago, there were items of interest in the Brian Laundrie case. Brian Laundrie's parents out there earlier today, and the speculation about why they were there. There's a lot of speculation this morning, and then of course we find out reports again from NBC indicate that human remains were found out there. And again, it's important to point out that the FBI has not said anything about this case for quite a while. So that, again, it's speculation, but it leads you to believe this is not just any sort of find. And there is a backpack down there somewhere, a backpack that we're told had things that would be consistent with what Brian Laundrie might have. And right below that stand of trees is where the white tent is and the activity is. And JB pointed out again, if the trees aren't there, think about it's a much clearer view, and the law enforcement might not want that at this point because we do not know exactly what was found. Just the report is human remains and a backpack with items that are that are consistent with what Brian Laundrie might have. So, and perhaps JB, it makes sense that is why the parents would have gone out there this morning.
The parents being there, the developments that occurred today, these are, again, these significant developments that so many people have been waiting for, but I don't know if it's the exact development that a majority of the public was hoping that they would actually learn to be true. And what I mean is that there were so many people, Walt, so many people that thought that the most direct avenue, the most direct way to get justice for Gabby was to find Brian Laundrie alive.
I can't listen.
By the definition of justice, yes. Okay, because either way, I think, sadly, a young life.
This is Brian. It's, that's it. It's a done deal. Oh my gosh, catastrophe. Look, we don't know this is Brian. This could be 1,000 other people that are missing. This could have been brought there. We don't know that. Okay, so we just have to wait. Of course, they're going to have to investigate it. I don't know. By the parents' actions and finding this and their body language, I just don't feel this is what and let's not forget, JB made a big mistake today reporting that articles of clothing were found instead of just articles that may belong to Brian were found. So, grain of salt here. I just feel this is going too fast. There's been remains found before, okay? and they were not Brian. So let's... Twitter has him already dead too? Yeah. Right, okay. We don't know how long these remains were there. We don't know anything about that. And, oh my gosh. He did correct that, Tina Bina. Yes, he did, but it was out there for quite some time before it was corrected. So what I'm trying to say is, you can't just take everything. Now they're basically saying, okay, oh, this isn't the way we wanted it to end, but we wanted the, we don't know who this is. I think that's like really jumping the gun there. Xanadu, it wasn't even that. It was like they were like lifted. I don't know. Body language definitely didn't speak of that. And I don't imagine if they thought it was their son that they would even leave the area. They would want to be, even if they thought those were his remains, they would want to be as close to them as they could be, is what I would imagine. Not going home. Even if they sat in their car, I just wouldn't imagine them going home if they thought their son's remains were found there. I think they would be pacing and just, just hanging on, not wanting to go anywhere, wanting to be right there to see and hear everything. But unless they knew from the start that he was planning. I think if they knew that from the start, they wouldn't have put themselves through all of this. Hi, Amy. Yeah, it's so staged, Caroline. Okay, so exactly, Karen H. Everybody reacts differently, but I'm just stating what I feel with it. I'm giving my opinion. Shogun Love, could be, but I still think they would want to be right there with, especially then, if they were the remains of their son. I don't know. wondering. Bellberry says the body language is all wrong. We have to wait and see. It will all come out. Yes, Sarah, it will. Some people are saying perhaps that is Gabby's stuff. Nothing is confirmed, California Thunder says. Hold on, I'm getting a text message here. Let me see what this is about. Until the FBI says there are partial remains, I don't believe it. Mimi says, yeah, maybe the FBI has not said that. The FBI has only commented on the articles. What did you show, Linda Gelb? Let me see if they're, what are they?
Hold on, folks.
Is that odd? What do you think that? Could be anything. Could be anything.
Could be anything.
Could be a backpack. I mean, I don't know. Is that why you would put that blue tent there? That blue tarp there? But anyway, yeah, the interest has been remarkable for me. I've covered news a long time. I was at 9/11. I've covered some the station fire in Rhode Island, and where 100 people died.
Okay. Good for your experience there. Who said they're strange? Who are we talking about, Susie Law? Not sure who you're talking about. Why are they strange? Not understanding that. Who's they? Or just some knickknacks? Okay. Katrina says, Susie Law, they could have been cold towards Gabby. Dina says something once again just doesn't feel right. Friday, hello there. Okay, so thanks for explaining that. Yeah. The parents are strange, Shogun says. MD says, pat yourself on the back some more, sir. S. Spark says, I do not really trust this guy. He says a lot of inaccurate things and has no control over the live chat. My question. Yeah, I don't think he's ever been involved in anything that's all over social media like this is. And I see a little bit, too, there's a rush to get things out there. Hence the articles of clothing. And my stomach is grumbling because I'm hungry. Would they put that tent up for a backpack? I'm not sure that was a backpack, or could that be the bag the tent was in? The carrying bag the tent was in. Let's see what he's saying now. If you say if you've done the accolades.
So let's get to this one here first.
He's reading out questions.
From Amanda Berry.
Yeah. Okay. We don't need to. Really insightful question. Do you think that it's Brian Laundrie's remains? Hi, Clarice. You have bad audio, Clarice? You can't hear me well? Can anyone else not hear me well? I don't know why Clarice is saying she has bad audio unless she's back. Clarice, are you back in the stream? Because it looks like you just got in. I think you're back in the stream. Yeah, I'm not sure what... Okay. You say this is strange because Brian left Gabby, then found Gabby's remains, and he went missing. Now this could potentially be his remains, Kirsty says. Okay, High 61 says I can hear. We hear you. Okay, good audio. Hi, Slam RN. K-Love, perfectly clear. Thank you, Mommy, for shutting them up when they are being stupid. Did anyone get blocked out of chat? Blocked out of what chat, Sarah? Our chat? What do you mean? The dogs never found him. Items weren't found until now. Did they bring his severed arm or something and drop it there to be found today? Okay, so they're back at, now they're showing the laundry house, showing the father's truck, that the parents are back at the house. Let me check on Brian Enton, okay? I'm going to check on Brian Enton and see what he's up to, okay? I'm just pulling up Brian. Okay. All right, so Brian, let's see what Brian's saying, okay? Sometimes I just like to listen to Brian better. I don't know if Brian has any audio on here, but this is just the scene. Let's see what else Brian's saying. More units showing up. Saw that. Oh, this is the Carlton Reserve. Items of interest were located. Okay, so he doesn't have really much going on there. Let me go back to what are you guys talking about? What is Jeanette going crazy about? Oh my gosh, FBI, tell us. FBI, tell us what? What do you want the FBI to tell us? Scooter, we're not even going to entertain anything like that. Okay. Oh my gosh. Let's see what else we have. So, all right, let me get, not too much going on there. Showing fence. I think the helicopter's out of the air, so there's not much going on. Brian's not tweeting stuff. I don't know what. Why am I not? Okay, guys, listen. Please, with the mention of a person that has been horrendous to Shanann, horrendous to victims' families, can we just stop mentioning, please, please? It's okay, Christy. Just please, because that person has caused a lot of pain. So just please. And it looks like they're just not going to have any more footage inside. There's a view of the house again. There's not much going on. How can I get this down? I just want to get them off right now. The FBI will provide an update later, Amy Margolin says. Okay. Good. Let me just see here what's...
4:30, the statement, honey. You see that, right?
4:30, what? Jimmy, let me hear you clearly. Okay. Jimmy, what did you say?
FBI is going to be making an announcement at 4:30.
Someone's saying 4 p.m. I don't know. What? The parents, okay, Annie B, listen, I'm going to go over it again for you, okay, what happened here today. Let me do this again for those of you that are just joining, so you see what happened, okay? All right. Now, yesterday, do you remember, and let me put this... Last night, we went over this, but yesterday, I'm going to pop this up. The Laundries went on an extended errands run. They went to Walmart. They went to the bank. They went to a FedEx location. They went to 2 AT&T stores. One was closed. They went to another one where they spent about 30 minutes. This was yesterday. Here's a photo. I think that was the AT&T store that was closed. They ended up going to another AT&T store, spending about 30 minutes. They bought bottled water. They had several grocery bags. Then, that night, they allegedly told the Northport Police Department and the FBI that they had planned to go to the just reopened Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park to search for their son. They left their house shortly after 7:15 a.m. and they arrived at that park. At some point, they were met by 2 people in hiking gear, and at least one of them was a law enforcement officer. Let's see if I can pull up now. Let me go to those photos for you so you can see some of what was going on there. Let me get rid of this. Okay. And pull this up. Okay. So I'm going to pull this over. And where's our slides? Okay, so Chris, the lawyer then put out this statement, which was via Twitter.
Wait a minute.
I'm sorry, what?
This is the new one, like.
Okay.
Do you have it?
All right, I'm sorry. Stephen Bertolino said that this was the statement that was put out on Twitter, that the family informed law enforcement last night of their intentions to search the park and met officers there. Stephen Bertolino confirmed that while searching areas that Brian frequented, some articles belonging to Brian were found. Officers are now conducting a more thorough search of the area. Okay, this is the full statement. Chris and Roberta Laundrie went to the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park this morning to search for Brian. The FBI and the Northport Police Department were informed last night of Brian's parents' intentions, and they met Chris and Roberta there this morning. After a brief search off a trail that Brian frequented, some articles belonging to Brian were found. As of now, law enforcement is conducting a more thorough investigation of that area. The park is now closed to the public, having reopened only Tuesday following weeks-long search for the fugitive. Okay. Now, one second, Jimmy. I'm in the middle of something. I'll be right there.
You got to give me a minute. 30 seconds to talk to you.
Okay. About this?
Yes.
Okay. Well, just let me finish this.
Okay, I'll wait. You want me to wait? Okay.
Yeah, please. Because then I get all off track here. The Laundries claimed there's someone to the Myakkahatchee on September 13th. That's really not the truth. They originally said the 14th, and they waited till the 17th to report him missing. Then the FBI came and said, hey, something not, matching up with the vehicle, the abandoned vehicle report. So they changed the date to September 13th. So they left their house today just before 7:15 a.m. for the environmental park, where two men in hiking gear, including at least one who was later identified himself as a law enforcement officer, began trailing behind them. The Laundries and one of the men appeared to discuss the discovery before the parents left the park. In a worldwide exclusive video obtained by Fox News Digital, it shows the Laundries and law enforcement officer huddling and speaking as the officer appears to show the couple an unknown discovery. But that's not true. She was holding the darn bag, okay? The officer appeared to tell the parents, I think we might have found something. Okay, so now let's look at what they were doing when they were inside. And I think this is the one. This is not, hold on, this is not the right report. Jimmy, your coffee is ready. Jimmy, your coffee is ready.
Can I talk to you?
Yeah, but do I have to go on mute because I'm looking for something that I'm going to continue with. Do you need to talk to me on mute?
Yeah, can I say it right now?
Do you need? No, I don't. I'm not on mute. Do you need to talk to me on mute?
No, you don't have to.
Okay, then go. Please stop that beeping because it gives me a migraine headache. No, the beeping. You don't hear it?
Yeah, I hear it. Oh. Okay. Okay, listen, honey.
Yes.
You know there's going to be a FBI. It's going to do a press release, right?
You said that. Yes.
Did you say that?
You just said that to me.
Did you say it?
No, I didn't say it. You just said that to me, and I repeated it earlier.
Okay, and they're trying to. It's gonna be 4:30, and they're trying to, Brian, that guy,
This is the
the name?
bag.
You-
Don't worry.
Someone is trying to figure out what could it possibly be about.
Okay, it's all right. Just tell me what is it now? Because I have to finish this.
Okay, so okay,
'Cause
it's on.
is that what it's about? The FBI?
Yeah, that's all.
Okay.
And so at 4:30, there's going to be a press release from the FBI.
Okay.
Regardless. And,
All right. It's 3:33 right now. 3:33.
okay.
Okay. So these are pictures of them in the park. Now look at this. This is a very telling picture. What is this? Is that the bag, or what is that? Why would this be in there? If that is the bag, this person is on the phone. There's a signpost up ahead. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone. Okay. Tent set up. There's a table there. There's a cooler right there. The K9 is brought in. Okay. And I want to... This bag is found at Walmart. This is a wet bag. She is holding the bag. The bag, she is holding it. Okay? Now, as she goes in here, she is holding... Is that the white bag right here? This white right here? Is she already coming out with it? He's got his hands behind her. She's walking in front. Or there appears to be something white right there. So I don't know exactly when that was taken. Looks like they're waiting for someone. So now I'm going to read to you what they did inside. So they left their house just before 7:15 a.m. They met with those two men. At least one identified himself as a law enforcement officer. During the couple's time inside, Chris Laundrie could be seen continually moving in and out of areas of the brush. And I said, is this because he knew where something was left? And let me see. Oh, gosh, I thought it was here. No, in and out. He was going in and out of the brush. After a short while, he and Roberta separated, with Chris and the two men moving into brush on the left side of the trail for approximately 12 minutes. So what does that mean? That means that Roberta was alone for approximately 12 minutes. Chris returned without law enforcement. Okay, where was law enforcement? Now Chris is alone. And then the couple continued on. Alone? I guess. The Laundries later discovered a white bag and a dark-colored object after traveling through a patch of brambles at the edge of the brush at a clearing. They then could be seen putting that object into the bag and handing it over to law enforcement officer shortly thereafter, who took it from them. Listen, they find something. They don't have gloves on. They pick it up. They both handle the item. They open the bag. They put it inside the bag. What now? What now? Their DNA is all over it, right? Right. Why would they want that? You decide. On their way out of the park, the couple made a phone call and then received a phone call. They were soon joined by a law enforcement officer who could be seen patting Chris Laundrie's shoulder as he huddled with the couple. Okay. The couple left the park at 8:45 a.m. The Laundries returned home shortly thereafter and appeared emotional when confronted by protesters at their home. More than a dozen uniformed law enforcement officers and approximately 6 people in plainclothes could be seen entering the park, with several police or unmarked vehicles and gators seen entering. The Northport Mobile Command Center arrived at the park shortly after 10:30 a.m. local time. Okay, so there you have it. Let's see if we can get this. This is going to probably do commercials again. Yeah.
We are establishing a new Amazon minimum wage of $15 an hour.
Amazon employees earn at least $15.
Okay, well, I'll pull it back over as soon as it starts. Again, this was following a very extensive errand run day for them. There is no sound on this. Watch her body language. Watch her actually almost go arch her back like, look at this, look at this. It almost like she's holding that. It's on her bare legs. Her DNA could not be more over that bag and everything else. She kind of pushes even the husband out. Somebody said she wipes a tear from his eye. It looks more like a bug on his face. It looks like she's intently, look, 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 look. He scratches something, like he almost takes something off. Then she looks at his face again, and she'll go up there and she seems to remove something from his face. Does not look like she is wiping a tear. There she goes. She picked something off his face. That was not a tear wipe. Here comes a man with his dog. And the person that's there is waving and videotaping. Okay, so that's where we are right now. 4:30, there's going to be an FBI press release. Okay, so if you're just joining us, you should be up to speed now. Let me see what WFLA is saying. Anything of any importance here?
Way. There hasn't been a makeshift podium set up. There hasn't been an area where what will.
Okay, he's just killing time. Just killing time. It's all very strange music. Jenny Owens, no. No, a gun? No. Artist Bound, I haven't heard anything about a gun. Is this the same with the dry sack, the side of the track? I'll do it here. I'm Pinkberry. Yeah, I mean, it's... I think I would touch my husband in some way if I recognize something that belonged to my son. Okay, I'm going to do a poll here. Just a poll. Okay, so I put up a poll. Thank you, Amy. She said this is the best YouTube coverage today on this, Carolyn. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate that. Wonder who was filming the officer standing. Oh, it could be this second person that was with them. It would very possibly be a law enforcement officer. I'm just gonna put my here, have a cup of coffee. Hang on. So I just want to open this. Shall we? Jimmy, are you going to get any more chestnuts? Okay. So let's see here. Let's read some of your questions. Flo says, I just woke up now hearing this. Oh, let me let the dogs in. Hold on, because I just opened. Do you want to get? Come on, get in, get in, get in. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Come on, Luz. Okay. So let's see here what you're saying here. The FBI at 4:30. You just woke up, Flo. You could rewind back. I just went through everything up to this point. I've done it several times. I'll do it again in a few minutes. So you can rewind back. But there was a bag found. It's found by Roberta and Chris Laundrie at the recently reopened Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park. So it's a little suspect. After that, we hear that there are partial human remains found, but there are certain stations, and the FBI has not mentioned that, okay? The FBI has mentioned the articles only. They're having a press release at 4:30, and we'll see what's happening. If they're determined, it doesn't change the fact that Brian's parents avoided the tragedy entirely. What time is it now in Florida? It will be it's 3:46 at the sound of the beat. Deep. 3:46 p.m. Okay, it is suspect. They did bring in the canine cadaver dog that they had in from the Pasco County Sheriff's Office the other day. Why would I want to do that, Neil? So the parents found the items. They not only found the items, they handled the items. They opened the bag and they found another item that was outside of the bag, and they put it in the bag. Oh, that was for you, Mom. Okay. No, haven't heard from Cassie in a while, Melvina. Very, very suspect and too convenient. Now, it said this area was possibly underwater before when we had all those rains and that flooding. Hang on 1 second. I'm just getting my coffee on. Right there. Right there. Okay. Okay. So, let's see. Were they touching a gun? Not that I'm aware of. It was a black plastic. Let's see if we can get the picture back up here of the bag. I'll say it again. I love how he's almost like pushing her ahead of him. You scout it out for the snakes, Roberta, there, please, with your short pants. Carolyn, do you think it's him? I don't think so. It's just so suspect, right? They don't find anything. The parents go in today. They not only find a bag, they find partial human remains. So what you would be telling me, let me get this straight, that they have been looking for Brian since September 17th. They have brought in drones. They have brought in helicopters. They have brought in dogs. The FBI. All of these search teams. The Northport Police. They essentially clear the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park yesterday to be open to the public. And what you would tell me is that Brian and Roberta Laundrie come to the park the very next morning and they find a bag of Brian's belongings and something in black plastic that you put in there. And next to that, partial human remains. Wow. Wow. If that's the case, that's not true, Brian. I read that. It was their decision to go there. Kathy, yes, you believe that area was underwater last month. But they've been searching since then, and this was opened to the public yesterday. Brian. Next, the parents should play the lottery. I agree, Harley Ann. If this is... Yeah. This is just crazy, 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 crazy. Oh, thanks, Taylor. Yeah, Lottie Eliza says, I saw law enforcement on a little speedboat with divers, so surely they searched underwater. They found the car, the items, and now the remains. Why did his mother go to that spot? Why did she not go there before today? And remember, they took the father out to show them Brian's favorite trails. Why was he not showing this prior to this? I also find it funny that the mother is wearing a mask outside. The father has no mask on. Could the mask be masking something else? Hi, Linda Uribe. She says it may be a ruse to fool everyone. The parents are so complacent, not worried. You're suggesting a massive conspiracy. I don't believe the police are capable of that. Call me naive. Well, I'm not talking about the police. Why do the police have to be complacent? It's the parents that told them they were going there, and they went to this spot. That wouldn't necessarily show that the parents are in on anything, even if the parents did something. Definitely not saying that there's some big conspiracy. I'm not a conspiracy person. I'm talking about the parents. It's highly suspect the parents would find this. Why did she touch that stuff? Why wouldn't she allow it to be photographed? Athena says, why are his pants soaked? Because he was running in and out of the brush, and I guess at one point he walked in some water. Karen, your husband isn't as careful. Okay. The thing is, I've never seen her walk out with a mask before, like when she gets in the car from the house and out of the house. I've never seen her have a mask on. In fact, hold on a second. Sure, they both have masks on leaving Walmart. But I've seen her get in her car in her driveway and not have a mask on. As well as touching, Principessa says, as well as touching his face exactly while holding the bag. Their DNA is over everything. Scheduled for 4:15. Well, actually, they say 4:30, but we're going to keep watching it. Don't you worry about it. Allergies, easily distracted, said. Okay, could be, could be. Her right arm seems to be bandaged. It's not bandaged. It's one of these sun I think it's sun sleeves. Sometimes people wear them if they put their arm out the window when they're driving, and it protects them from the sun's rays. Or it could be some kind of a compression sleeve for a condition like lymphedema. Okay, let me look at your poll. Wow, look at that poll. 217 votes, and it's 50-50. Isn't that crazy? $50-50 on that vote. You've never heard of sun sleeves? Yeah, I've even been sent them for my kids and myself and reviewed them, and some companies make them in certain designs and patterns for your favorite team and stuff like that. So yeah, a very, very real thing. There are people that really they're marketed as well to wear on one side of your arm if you drive and hang your arm out the window. You know how people do when they drive sometimes with the window open? Well, 226 now, 52-48. Hi, Shari. You have 3 pugs, Hank, Larry, and Dorothy. Those are very interesting names, Pug Mama. Let me see if there's anything going on here. NFLA. Okay, so they're back in the, let's put this back and see what's going on.
We pay them to do, and I would find it hard to complain about that particular cost, even though that is what I do, is look for misspent money. So,
okay,
that's your beat here on
this
on
is a
News
great
Channel
shot.
8.
I know it's filed, but it's a great shot of
it's hours.
The officers.
It's a couple of hours old here.
But still, they're right near the tent. You can see where they're looking.
It's the best vantage point that we have had, peeking
really good,
through these
actually,
trees.
Yeah.
And so let me explain the strategy here, folks. YouTube, again, this is rinse and repeat. YouTube, we're not going anywhere. YouTube, we're going to...
Okay. We can look at this. This is footage from earlier. The helicopter is not in the air right now. You did a 13-hour shift today. You must get toothpicks. Okay. Hi, Linda Roars. How are you? Good to see you. If I had a pug, I'd name him Hank, Larry, and Dorothy are perfect names, too. They are. They're perfect names. Is Dorothy after Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz? I'm not sure who that is. Neil Caluto. What prayers? Hi, Alley Cattails. You're driving, so you can't look. Okay, well, there's an FBI press conference at 4:30. It's 28 minutes from now. And we're waiting for that to see what they announce. Scooter says if they have what they believe is him, They darn well better be telling Gabby's family before any statement. Brian says he's never even been charged with murder. That's the shame. Can I just say something? Wouldn't it really be a twist? Wouldn't it really be a twist in this crazy case if the FBI was announcing additional charges of murder? Wouldn't that be the kicker? When everybody thinks this is all about that, wouldn't that be a kick in the pants? You don't understand how the Dirties were allowed to just waltz in there and touch anything. Well, it was open to the public flow, which is making it really crazy. Brian says that would be excellent. What about if they said, the remains are not Brian's, and they're not consistent with Brian, and we're announcing that additional charges of murder, have been issued against Brian Laundrie. Maybe he has killed someone else. Maybe someone saw him. It's because they only said press conference was update on the missing persons case. Now that would be such a situations brightener. It would, Amy Celeste, wouldn't it be? Too little, too late, Juanita said. From the FBI, if they announce murder charges now. If they found articles closely by, surely it's him, though. Music Genioso said. We don't know what the FBI will say. That is possible, Karen H. said. And charges for his parents, Annie B. said. This is sad, Pinkberry said. Honestly, like mind-blowing, confusing, so many questions. Come on, I would think if someone did see Brian. Snowbunny said, this is far-fetched. But maybe Brian killed someone else. Too dumb to realize cops would know it's not his body. Mama Ames says, anything is possible at this point, Carolyn. So it looks like they're blocking off the entrance. That's what we're seeing now. And there's the City of Northport Command Center. To remind ourselves, this is earlier today. You can see she's holding the bag. He's holding the bag after he gets it. You can see there is particles. This looks like a blade of grass. Leaves, you can see almost a green sort of algae on it. She looks like she has something in her hand there. Here he is ahead of her. There's someone looking here. This is the bag. If this is the bag, who is this? Is this the other officer that was there? If so, I really need that picture explained, because here comes, this almost looks like Josh from Northport Police. Then the tents that were set up. And K9 units being brought in. Press is setting up here to get ready to report this on this press conference. We are now about 20 minutes out from that. I want to see something here. Hold on 1 second. Let's see something. So make sure we're live all the way to the end there. And we are. Jimmy, I think you're mistaken. I just hit live. Look, Jimmy.
Okay, watch. Look. Just look.
What's the matter?
Okay, that right now?
Yeah.
You're on break, right? Let's see.
I don't know, because I'm not listening to their voice. Yeah, I've already seen that. I've already seen that. I've already seen that.
Yeah, so we got it. Okay, we have that.
Yes. Oh, shoot. Okay.
We'll see. We'll check if you want a little bit. Here it is right here.
Okay, I'm just going to go through this while we're waiting. I'm going to go through, because some of you wanted to hear what happened, and I'm going to read it to you, okay? The Laundries let the FBI and the Northport Police Department know their intentions of going to the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park, which was just reopened yesterday. This comes on the heels of an extensive errands trip that the couple took, where they went to Walmart, and they went to a bank, they went to a FedEx location, they went to 2 AT&T stores. One AT&T store was closed. They went to a second AT&T store where they spent approximately 30 minutes inside the store. They went home. At some point, they alert the Northport Police Department and they alert the FBI that they are going to go to that reopened Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park in the morning. There's a medical examiner on scene, yes, to go and look for their son on trails that he frequented. So a little after 7:15 a.m., they set off from their Northport home and they go to this environmental park. Now, at the environmental park, there are 2 men in hiking gear, including at least one. So one of the 2 men was later identified by himself as a law enforcement officer. They were trailing behind the Laundries. The Laundries and one of the men appeared to discuss a discovery before the parents left the park, and that's what we saw video of before. In a worldwide exclusive video obtained by Fox News Digital, it shows the Laundries and the law enforcement officer huddling and speaking as the officer appears to show the couple an unknown discovery. The officer appeared to tell the parents, "I think we might have found something." During the couple's time inside, Chris Laundrie could be seen continually moving in and out of areas of brush, and after a short while, he and Roberta Laundrie separated, with Chris and the two men moving into brush on the left side of the trail for approximately 12 minutes. So what does that tell you? That tells you that Roberta was alone for 12 minutes, while Chris and the two were going in and out, in and out, in and out. Now, Chris then returns without law enforcement, and the couple continues on. So what does that tell you? That tells you that they're sauntering alone then by themselves. Okay? Strange. The Laundries later discovered a white bag and a dark-colored object after traveling through a patch of brambles at the edge of the brush at a clearing. They then could be seen putting the object into the bag, handing it over to the law enforcement officer shortly thereafter, who took it from them. Okay, so not only did they just not alert whoever was there with them, they didn't even have the number. They could have called the FBI on the 800 number, but they grabbed that bag. They touched that bag. They grabbed the black object. They put that in the bag. Okay? And then law enforcement
You should synchronize.
takes it from them. Okay, why is this?
You missed the conference.
Okay. So, okay, Jimmy, I'm going to put it on. Jimmy's like freaking out. They're just testing mics now, I think, Jimmy. Okay. Jimmy's like freaking that we're going to miss that. We have 15 minutes on this conference, Jimmy. But I'll keep that on and I'll talk to you over here. So, he keeps saying, this, I'm going to refresh this just to make sure we have.
Summer rains, you know them well, out of the clear blue.
All right, let's wait for this to. All right, so while we're waiting for that, they touched everything. Then she's holding it. She's bopping it around on her short pants, the bottom of it touching her bare legs. While holding the bag, she wipes something off the father's face like a bug and puts her hand back on that bag. There is going to be a press conference, Leah Jane, in about 13 minutes. Okay, we're just waiting here. No, I'm not. I'm back on now. I'm not behind Jimmy. Okay. I'm not behind Jimmy. I'm back on.
Excuse me? Honey, please.
Jimmy?
Wait a minute.
Jimmy?
Okay, let's see. I'm right here. Look, that's the current.
Jimmy, that's where I am.
No, I'm not. I got a guy there. Let's see. Let's see how long that is. Watch. Watch. That's good. 20 seconds. Right there, he just walked off. Now let's see. Yep, watch this.
Jimmy, I just refreshed
Watch
it.
this happen right here.
Yeah, well, I've already seen. I already
see
saw
how long
it.
it takes for that to happen.
No, we already saw that, Jimmy. You're the one that's behind now. Okay, so yeah, it's all contaminated, and then they then leave the park, go home. Which,
look, I saw a hat go across there.
Which I said that, you know, if that really thought it was there, Jimmy, there is nothing to bring this up further. It's there. I just refreshed it. Okay. So, yeah.
Summer rains, you know them well. Out of the clear blue, it's a sudden downpour. And
Okay, guys, I'm sorry. So, now, if it is that Brian's parent, so I was going to say, if it is what they thought would be Brian's remains, I would not think the parents would return home. I would think the parents would be right there, even in a car out there, that they wouldn't leave. But they've been home for hours now, hours. It just, if you think about it, and you know the resources they had searching, and to think that they open to the public, you have to understand, the family left their house at 7:15. By 8:45, everything was over. They had the bag, they handed it off, all of this. By 8:45, they were on their way. So how extensively could they have had to search, really? And you're telling me all of these resources, and all it took was to get the Laundries, there. I mean, that is some unbelievable luck, isn't it? Unbelievable luck. All these drones, everything. And all it took was for Chris and Roberta to show up. Are they, superheroes? What's going on? All it took for, is that, so swamp buggies, underwater divers, cadaver dogs, drones. She's got to go for a blood test. It was only the second day they could search or think they did their job. Well, the father went another day, but come on. All of those other people searching and the Laundries came in and here we go, guys. All right, that's a wrap. I'm wanting to hear murder charges by the FBI here. I'm wanting to hear these are not his remains and murder charges. In another twist, right? Linda Uribe said, wow, what a miracle that the parents found what hundreds, thousands could not, and right away. Music Genioso says 25,000 acres, yet they find something. I agree, Carolyn. It's too damn convenient. Hi, Angela. Do you not want to hear murder charges, Mike? With the world watching, all the mistakes law enforcement makes are pointed out. Cases that aren't scrutinized are full of horrible mistakes. The Laundrie, saying the Laundries. Lottie, it's a little under 25,000 acres. Okay, Lottie says, oh, it's coming on. Okay, we're right here, Lottie. We're right here.
That might have belonged to Brian Laundrie. We're about to find out from the FBI themselves what has transpired here today in Florida. Hey there, everybody. JB Buno here with you live on WFLA Now. We are completely honed in here on the makeshift podium that has been set up at Myakkahatchee, right outside where so many different law enforcement agencies have gathered for the discovery, according to NBC News and others that have been reporting this now, the discovery of partial human remains, or what appears to be partial human remains, at Myakkahatchee. That is the area where the silver Ford Mustang convertible of Brian Laundrie was discovered in September. The citation that was put on that vehicle that was right here on Reisterstown Road in our neck of the woods here in the Tampa Bay area in rural Sarasota County. Let's go here live full screen, and let's just kind of put up the audio a little bit here, and we'll listen in. Just some chattering here in the background, Walt. Being joined here on WFLA Now by Walt, WFLA 8 on your side senior investigator Walt Buteau. And Walt, the entire world's going to be watching this press conference, especially those who have been honed into this story from day one and have not stopped watching and getting updates from us on WFLA and other media outlets as well.
Here's what we know from the FBI. At 2 hours ago, would have been 2:26. Items of interest, this is from the FBI, a tweet, items of interest were located at the Carlton Reserve this morning in connection with the search for Brian Laundrie. Important timeline there, found this morning around the time perhaps that the Laundries were there, according to their attorney Stephen Bertolino. An FBI evidence response team is processing the scene. That was, again, that happened early afternoon. We've showed you video of that. And then just a short time ago, 35 minutes ago, media alert, FBI Tampa will brief the media. Now keep in mind, it's FBI Denver that has led this investigation. And these tweets, by the way, are coming from FBI Denver, but FBI Tampa will brief the media at 4:30 concerning today's developments in the search for Brian Laundrie at the entrance of Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park there in Northport, Florida. So that's what we know, and we expect to know more at 4:30. We also know that backpack, we believe, according to NBC, was found near those human remains. We do not know what the remains, how much, the amount of these remains. We do not know that.
We don't really know anything about the remains whatsoever other than senior law enforcement officials, sources within senior or sources that are senior law enforcement officials informing to members of the media that partial human remains, or what appears to be partial human remains, were found in an area that was previously underwater. And that is a huge component here to this story, because we don't know how long the remains have been here. But remember back to September, how wet this area was. I mean, we're talking in some areas knee-deep, waist-deep in water.
Water moccasins and copperheads and alligators, all that stuff.
A tremendous amount of wildlife here at the reserve. It's not all that visible, but gators, you'll find deer, you'll find snakes, you'll find coyotes, panthers, a lot of different wildlife here at the Carlton Reserve, Myakkahatchee, the very rural, vast area of Sarasota County. But we'll go back here live full screen. Here's how this is going to work. The time now, 4:28 Eastern. We don't know how if the FBI is going to be on time here, but of course we're staying here with you live on WFLA Now. We're going to wait for the FBI to step up to the podium here, and immediately after the press conference is over, Walt and I are here with you live to break down what we have learned. We're going to take your hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyWalt questions, because we're going to learn a good amount here, or at least we can only hope that we're going to be provided with some answers, Walt, and there's going to be tons of questions that are going to get asked in the aftermath of this press conference.
Will they answer any of the questions? We don't know. There was somebody, I'm sure they will start, but the FBI would tend to release a statement and then walk on. And keep in mind, again, this is the FBI office out of Tampa, not the lead FBI office out of Denver, which obviously would be the closest office to where the body was found in Wyoming 50 days ago. The body was found on the 19th. So it's been about 40 days, but it was about 50 days ago when, according to various documents, we can narrow down that Gabby Petito was allegedly killed. The victim of homicide, according to the FBI, the victim of strangulation, according to the medical examiner.
Live across all of our platforms here on WFLA Now, and we'll again break down what we have learned in the aftermath here on this stream, wherever you're watching from. JB Buno, Walt Buteau here with you live,
the FBI going
and
through
we're going to
this
find out
whole
here
thing,
alongside the rest of the world,
and not just issuing a tweet.
What has transpired today? What
if
discovery has
out
been
with
made?
Bigger. I hope
and even though we're going to find out more,
charges.
we are not going to find out everything.
Because if it's not,
Walt, that
then
the
it's
FBI
going to
knows.
be
They're going to keep some information, perhaps most information,
the articles
close
they've
to the
already
vest.
announced that.
But they have called this press conference here for a very specific reason, and we're about to find out what that reason is.
And keep in mind, they're going to keep information close to the vest, but it is very possible that they do not know as much as we might think they know. This is not a television show. This is real life. Perhaps the remains were discovered this morning. It's now been only 5 hours since they've had those remains. So what do they know? They may not know a whole lot. They may be telling us very basic information because that is all they have. Obviously, no forensic study on these remains. We do know when Gabby Petito's remains were found, it was, I believe, another day or so. That was on the 19th that the news conference was held, that the remains were found, and they identified them as Gabby Petito, but we did not find out the manner of death until, I believe, a day or so later. So patience with the investigators at this point. And the big question is, does this close this case? Is this Brian Laundrie? And do we now have a closed case where we have a homicide but no live defendant to prosecute?
And let's
find that out.
Begin right there. That is the big question. The partial human remains discovered today at the Carlton Reserve here in Myakkahatchee. Is that Brian Laundrie? Is that Brian Laundrie? So many people, of course, have been on the lookout for Brian Laundrie. There have been sightings. Here comes the FBI. We're back here with you live on WFLA Now immediately after the press conference.
Very good. Good afternoon, Josh Taylor with the Northport Police Department. Thank you for your continued diligence on this story, and thanks for your patience. As you know, the Northport Police Department has worked collaboratively with the FBI throughout this investigation. Special Agent Michael McPherson is going to make a prepared statement. There's not going to be any questions today, but hopefully it answers some of them. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael McPherson. I'm the Special Agent in charge of the FBI Tampa Division. As you're aware, the FBI and the Northport Police Department and our state and local law enforcement partners have been searching the area of the Carlton Reserve for Brian Laundrie, a person of interest in the murder of Gabby Petito. Earlier today, investigators found what appears to be human remains, along with personal items such as a backpack and notebook belonging to Brian Laundrie. These items were found in an area that up until recently had been underwater. Our evidence response team is on scene using all available forensic resources to process the area. It's likely the team will be on scene for several days. I know you have a lot of questions, but we don't have all the answers yet. We are working diligently to get those answers for you. We are grateful for the dedication and professionalism of the Northport Police Department, along with our partners from the state and local agencies. Complex investigations such as this cannot be accomplished by one agency alone, but there are just too many agencies to name them all here today. Portions of the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park and Carlton Reserve will remain closed to the public until further notice. This is an active and ongoing investigation, so we ask the public to maintain distance from any law enforcement personnel, equipment, vehicles, and other related activity for the safety of the public and to protect the integrity of our work. We have no additional comment related to today's activities. Our FBI Denver office is the lead investigative agency, and all future inquiries should be directed to them. We appreciate the tremendous support from the public and continue to ask for your assistance in bringing this investigation to close. Thank you.
Was the backpack found near the body? Justice for Gabby! 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 Justice for Gabby!
Breaking news on WF.
Okay, so that was a lot of nothing with nothing, right? Okay, yeah, we need days to figure this out. Okay, days to figure this out. All right, wonderful. Wonderful. No questions, of course. Because I guess they didn't want the question was, how did the family find this? And you have never found this. Would have been the top question, probably. Okay. No, they didn't find his body. They did not find his body. They found partial human remains. They will be on site for days. They read a prepared statement is all they did. Okay, let me see here. If you want to go back, we can listen. Let me see. Hang on. Let me go back. Hold on one second. Okay, because everybody's arguing about what was said. So let me go back. Hang on. We're going to listen again with our ears.
Okay. The partial human remains discovered today at the Carlton Reserve here in Myakkahatchee, is that Brian Laundrie?
Hold on.
Michael McPherson's going to make a prepared statement. There's not going to be any questions today. but hopefully it answers some of them. Thank you.
Okay, let's listen.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael McPherson. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI Tampa Division. As you're aware, the FBI and the Northport Police Department and our state and local law enforcement partners have been searching the area of the Carlton Reserve for Brian Laundrie, a person of interest in the murder of Gabby Petito. Earlier today, investigators found what appears to be human remains, along with personal items, such as a backpack and notebook.
Hang on. Someone just said in our chat they did not mention human remains. They did mention human remains, along with a backpack
belonging to Brian Laundrie.
Belonging to Brian
These
Laundrie.
items were found in an area that up until recently have been underwater. Our evidence response team is on scene using all available forensic resources to process the area. It's likely the team will be on scene for several days. I know you have a lot of questions, but we don't have all the answers yet. We are working diligently to get those answers for you. We are grateful for the dedication and professionalism of the Northport Police Department.
Now listen again.
Was held that the.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael McPherson. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI Tampa Division. As you're aware, the FBI and the Northport Police Department and our state and local law enforcement partners have been searching the area of the Carlton Reserve for Brian Laundrie, a person of interest in the murder of Gabby Petito. Earlier today, investigators found what appears to be human remains, along with personal items, such as a backpack and notebook belonging to Brian Laundrie. These items were found in an area that up until recently have been underwater. Our evidence response team is on scene using all available forensic resources to process the area. It's likely the team will be on scene for several days. I know you have a lot of questions, but we don't have all the answers yet. We are working diligently to get those answers for you. We are grateful for the dedication and professionalism of the Northport Police Department, along with our partners from the state and local agencies. Complex investigations such as this cannot be accomplished by one agency alone, but there are just too many agencies to name them all here today. Portions of the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park and Carlton Reserve will remain closed to the public until further notice. This is an active and ongoing investigation, so we ask the public to maintain distance from any law enforcement personnel, equipment, vehicles, and other related activity for the safety of the public and to protect the integrity of our work. We have no additional comment related to today's activities. Our FBI Denver office is the lead investigative agency, and all future inquiries should be directed to them. We appreciate the tremendous support from the public and continue to ask for your assistance in bringing this investigation to close. Thank you.
Was the backpack found near the body? Justice for Gabby! Justice for Gabby! Justice for Gabby! Justice.
Okay, so there you have it. That's it. That's it. Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park. SlamRN. The Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park. But I'm going to go for a bike ride. I urge you, if you have a beautiful day, to get out there and enjoy it. Life is short. The news will be here. They're not going to tell us anything anyway. They already said it's going to be days. There's no reason. I mean, it's it. That's it. That's it. It is what it is. It will be what it will be. And How did the water levels change so much? It doesn't mean they were under a great deal of water. And it can dry up within a week, what we're saying. Anyway, I'm going to go out and enjoy some life. Hope you do too. Relax, get away from this. I'll see you later, all right? I'm going to end this. Everybody take care. And we'll see you later. All right. Sorry you got a flat tire, Phoebe. God bless everybody. Prayers. See you later. Bye-bye.